Moses Itauma is 21, undefeated at 14-0, and he's knocked out 12 of them. This Saturday, he fights Filip Hrgović for a world heavyweight title. Everyone talks about his age. Almost nobody explains the frame. One punch power isn't size, it's a chain. It starts at the floor, drives through the hips, and whips through a long, dense back and shoulder. That is how a kid ends grown men in one round.
The following program is rated TVMA. Viewer discretion is advised.
Come on. Somebody gotta say this shit.
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 Man, what did I just see? What the fuck? What did I just see? So I pay for the zone. I pay for it monthly, because I want to watch good fights. They got a nice package as far as the Saturday night fights go. Yeah. I watched this one today. Itauma, just a minute ago, just like Itauma versus Hrgović. Croatian heavyweight fighter. What the fuck did I just see? What did I just witness? Nobody. Okay, so hold on. Let's do this right. Because if you had Hrgović winning, you're a liar. You're a liar. If you had Hrgović winning the fight, you, my friend, are a fucking liar. I said a liar. A liar. Because I need a lighter, because I need smoke. This is crazy. It's some crazy shit. What I just seen, I can't believe it. I'm at a loss for words. I am Irk the Nerve, aka Mr. Somebody. Everybody's somebody. Somebody got to say this shit. I need to smoke. I'm about to smoke right now because what the fuck did I just see? Hrgović beats Itauma. What? What? Hrgović beats Itauma. Explain. Somebody please explain. You did not have only the Croatians. All of Croatia and the Croatians that live outside of Croatia. Those are the only motherfuckers that had Hrgović winning. If you said you had Hrgović and you're not a Croatian and you don't live in Croatia, you're fucking lying. You're a fucking liar. I had Moses Itauma. Everybody, even myself, Teddy Atlas, everybody that's in the know compares this motherfucker to Mike Tyson. And what is he? Sort of similar. Yes, Mike Tyson was horrible in the later rounds. Yes, historically. Mike Tyson was horrible. If he didn't finish you in the early rounds, it was a 50-50 toss-up if he was going to win the fight. That's just how it was with Mike Tyson. And it's obviously the same for Moses Atoma, because Moses Atoma got gassed in the 8th round. Moses Atoma was winning every round. Definitively. He was winning every round. Man, first of all, hold on. Welcome to Kentucky. Welcome to Kentucky. My home state. The home of the motherfucking houses. And the birthplace of the great, the real great, Muhammad Ali. What the fuck did I just witness? I'm going to say it again. Check. 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 My headphones just went out. Check. Okay. I see my little meter moving, but my headphones just went dead on me. Check. Check. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. I don't. I'm just gonna go ahead and smoke. See if I can fix my sound later. See, I did it live while watching the Atoma and Hrgović fight. And I was into the fight. Doing great numbers on the fight. I had like 120 people in the chat. I had 120 people in the live, watching the live. And I was doing my live off of this little device right here. I got two of them. I don't know what the other one is. Yeah. I got two of these little devices right here. And they are great devices as long as you check the settings before you fucking do a live, which I didn't do. So I had 120 people listening to me give my opinion on the fight as it was going on. There are two of them. And nobody could fucking hear me. So never mind that live at all. That live is going on private. Moses Atoma loses to Hrgović. What the fuck? So instead of Moses Atoma being the second youngest heavyweight champion, Hrgović becomes the first heavyweight champion from Croatia. What the fuck did I just witness? Hrgović was not winning the fight at all. Was not winning at all. And then out of nowhere, he beats the fucking. Oh, never mind. I'm about to smoke real quick. They threw in the towel. They threw in the towel on my young up and coming prospect. He did not win the IBF, this title right here. He did not win the IBF title. No. I'm pretty sure he's going to go down in the rankings a whole lot with this loss. He's got to fight his way back up. He's got to get some. He's definitely got to work on his later round game. His later round game has to improve immensely because he was gassed by the 7th and 8th round. He was gassed. I thought the ref should have waved the fight off because Herkovich didn't throw one punch for 2 minutes straight. He was on his bike and didn't throw a punch for 2 minutes straight. The fucking referee, I was like, where in the fuck is the referee? But that was part of his strategy. Get his ass beat all the way to the 6th round. Don't throw one punch in the 7th round until 30 seconds left in that round. And then come back and win in the 8th. Who the fuck knew? Don't say you did. Don't say you did because you didn't. Man, I'm gonna bring up my man Apocalypse so we can hold on. I think that's what that is. I'm gonna bring up my man Apocalypse so he can say his piece. We got some shit to talk about. We originally planned on talking about Rolly. I had a hell of a fucking work week, so we had to push it back. Now we're here. Let's see how this goes. Because this is a surprising day. Hey, P.
What's good, bro?
See, I can't even hear you. This is fucked up.
You hear me?
Check.
Can you hear me?
Doesn't want to work. Check. Say something.
Yo.
Yeah, now we're back. I get something. And now we're back. I have ears now. I can hear. Again, welcome to Kentucky. I'm fucking amazed. So I just got through watching, as I was telling the viewer and the listener, we are currently live on 2 platforms. Of course, you're here with me right here on YouTube, and we are also streaming on TwitX or Twitter X, Elon's site. Yeah, we're that perverted bastard. Never mind.
We're on Elon's porn site, X.
Yeah, we're on Elon's porn site. And a vast world of porn. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
I got plenty to say. I know what to say. I know exactly what to say. And I'm going to keep saying it. Quit trusting British fighters. Quit fucking doing it.
See, that's my fucking point right there. That's my point.
Quit fucking doing it.
I was saying during the live that no one could hear me on because I decided to do my live without checking the settings on this little. It's a handy little device for live streaming. I got two of them. Handy little device, but you have to make sure you check the settings before you use this motherfucker.
Check your parameters, bro.
And I didn't check the settings, so here we are. I was watching, bro. As you know, I got DAZN. I purchased DAZN, and I get to watch these great fights on Saturdays, and just watch the fight where I thought that Moses Atamu had the fight. He had the fight in his hands. Let me show you what happened in the 8th round. Your microphone is still on. You can speak about what you see.
Man, this is a barrage right here. This is a serious. I like that right there. A little balling on the ropes. You know,
Putting his body weight on him. Turning. He's leaning on him. He's already gassed out. Already tired. They threw in the towel on a motherfucker that has a 14-0 record, who they compared to Mike Tyson, whom finishes fights in the early rounds. If he would have won this title, which he didn't, if he would have won this title, he would have been the second. He would have been the second youngest world champion in boxing history. At the age of 21.
I literally just finished watching the fight. Okay. And we talk about critiquing this thing. I do love, how you pronounce this tea and crumpet motherfucker's name again?
Herkovic.
No. Herkovic, that's the Croatian. Moses Atamu.
Atama.
When I'm watching up, because like I said, I'm waiting for you to get your stuff together on you. I'm like, see if I can find a replay of the fight. No problem there. I have this thing about left-handed heavyweights. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because I'm super old school. I don't know if it's because I reside in the city of the greatest when you talk about Muhammad Ali. I don't know what it is, but I have a thing compared to any other weight class. I have a thing about left-handed heavyweights. I don't want to say a bias, but I don't know. It's just they just kind of rub me the wrong way. Well, what I will give this young man credit as far as controlling the fight for a heavyweight. I did like his jab. He doesn't paw with it. He does have a good stiff jab. I think about heavyweights like Larry Holmes. I still say Larry Holmes had the best jab for a heavyweight ever. So when you talk about as a left-handed fighter,
better than Muhammad Ali
from a power base, how's that?
Better than George Foreman?
Oh, okay. If we're power with the jab, I would put Holmes
better than Ken Norton.
Look, don't box me in, all right? Don't, pun intended, don't box me in. but no. I mean, for a heavyweight, because let's be honest, you know, and I know we're gonna get into it later when we talk about the heavyweight ranks, but a lot of heavyweights are lazy with their jab. They just are. I like this young kid's jab. Okay, as a left-handed fighter, not pawing with his jab, sticking it in his face. Wow, that's fucked up. For Herkovich, okay, peppering his face with that jab. God, no.
Oh my God. Oh my.
But I mean, he did a good job at maintaining his activity with the jab, following with his left hand. I also like how, particularly first 3 or 4 rounds, using his jab to set up some decent body work against Herkovich. Because all I've always said, when you're facing a taller fighter, no matter what the weight class, got to get some body work done early. And
Bro,
I felt he was
Moses Atama was doing it all.
He was.
Look, let me tell you, Moses Atama, beyond his shortcomings, the man is a heavyweight that fights like a tactical welterweight. The speed, the combination punching, the accuracy with the left cross from a southpaw position is unbelievable. And to your point, I can see that. And to your point, the body work, the fact that he goes when he doesn't have anything up at the top of levels, he can shift and go down to the lower floor and hurt that body. Get a lot of body work in. He changes, exchanges, and goes. He's so multidimensional with his craft, the way he fights. He's a beautiful heavyweight to watch. But I just learned we can't watch him beyond the 7th round. This motherfucker got gassed. What the fuck?
Look at him. Give that motherfucker an oxygen tank, man.
Bro, the fighter that we seen walk in to the ring is not the fighter that I'm looking at in this clip. That is insane. The comparisons to Iron Mike Tyson is absolutely accurate. Because Mike Tyson did the same shit. Mike Tyson was a great finisher in the early rounds. But he had to do it in the early rounds. If he didn't do it in the early rounds, he wasn't going to do it. And that is what we're learning about this young up and coming prospect. I am so disappointed. And like I said, if you say that you had Moses Atama, if you said you had Moses Atama winning the fight, you were like the rest of the world except Croatia. Except the Croatians. Because no one outside of Croatia had Herkovich winning. Nobody. You're a liar if you said that you had him winning. Herkovich said that he was going to test his mettle in the later rounds, and that's what happens. Oh, that is crazy, bro.
Again, you know, as far as me checking out Moses Atama, the thing I like about the way he did set up his body shots is while he'll take a step forward, but he'll give a little bob and weave action coming off that right jab with him being a left-handed fighter. A little bob and weave action to set up his body shots against Herkovich, particularly first 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah,
and clean body.
One of the cleanest I've ever seen as a heavyweight. You're right. Continue.
But like you said, with him being a lefty, so that right jab, and then with the left cross. And I also picked up on this with his left cross. It's not a dead straightaway angle. It's kind of an off angle. You know me, I don't care the weight class. I'm a sucker for fighters that can throw good punches from awkward angles. I've always said I can keep his opponent off balance. But the bob and weave action to set up his body shots for a young guy was definitely impressive. Yet and still, we see the result in the later rounds. Where I was disappointed from Herkovich in the early rounds was his lack of activity was bothersome. This is a world championship fight. You know, as I was watching the fight,
look, Herkovich couldn't get Herkovich in the first 5 rounds. Herkovich couldn't get no money. He didn't land. He landed 2 solid shots, and that was in the maybe 5th round, if I'm not mistaken. It was in the either 5th or 6th round. And bro, I'm telling you, before that, he was getting no money because Moses's defense was primo. That shit was beautiful before he got gassed out. And I'm so surprised that he got so gassed out so early. Well, not early, because it was in the later rounds. But the way he got gassed out, it happened so immediately and so fast. You know what I'm saying? It was surprising.
I'm not dismissing your point. I'm not dismissing your point. I'm just going to flip the coin over. Because for me, particularly in the heavyweight class, you see these young guys thrusting these big fights early in their career, all right? And due to these quick stoppages, all right? I will always wonder about their conditioning, not just the ability to throw punches, the ability to take punches in later rounds. Once again, reiterating their conditioning. But Herkovich's lack of activity in the earlier rounds, while Atama was clearly the better fighter, the lack of activity, whether he was leading or whether trying to set up counter punches, it definitely bothersome to me. It was a head scratcher for me. But they were giving a little backstory on Herkovich early in the fight. This guy's got 15, 20 years in the game. So knowing that made my disappointment level rise in his lack of activity. Because when you got a guy like Atama, he's young, he's aggressive. I appreciate his physical makeup as a heavyweight. You know, we got the Ruiz fight coming up, and just some of these heavyweights, which I think is the reason the heavyweight division has fallen off so hard, is that lack of physical prowess. You know, a lot of these guys just don't have the physique. They don't look physical. They don't look strong. Okay, they don't look like that they can either take damage, let alone give damage. All right. For Atama, that was not the case. I was definitely impressed by his physique. But Herkovich's lack of activity in the early rounds was costing him big time. Me personally, at least rounds 1 through 4, 1 through 5, I would score it. Not 10-8. I would score these 10 anywhere from 10-8 to 10-7 rounds.
I had every round. I had every round up until I had every round all the way to the 6th round. It was a 10-8. It was a 10-8 fight.
Right. Well, there was an early knockdown.
He got the early knockdown in the 2nd round.
And that's what I'm saying, which to me, I would go as far as that would be a 10-7 round for Atoma, okay? He had landed several nice combinations upstairs and downstairs, okay? He had rocked Herkovich a couple of times before that knockdown, okay? A solid left hand for the knockdown. Solid left cross. I think he got another straight right in, but Herkovich's lack of activity, which whether that was a strategy or not, that definitely be up for debate. But the lack of activity, particularly against a left-handed fighter, when you're dealing with a left-handed fighter, okay, as that left-handed fighter is leading and pushing off his front foot, his lead foot, okay, you got to find a way. Herkovich's guard is shit. For someone 15, 20 years in the game at the heavyweight division, his guard is deplorable. Okay, it is horrendous.
Yeah, agreed.
But his lack of activity was bothersome. But you got to give the guy credit, man. In the early part of the fight, he's got a chin on him. I don't know if that's just a thing.
He was getting hit with fucking missiles. I'm talking about, bro. He was getting hit with shit that I just could not understand. Them Croatians, them motherfuckers are tough.
It's those Eastern European bloc fighters.
Eastern Bloc Europe, the Eastern Bloc Europeans, yeah.
I mean, look at guys like the Klitschko's, okay, when they had their dominant run. Someone like a Tyson Fury, okay, and then you got this guy Herkovich, all right. They come from countries that are hard. I mean, Croatia, Serbia, those countries are hard.
Yeah,
you already know about Russian fighters, and they have this internal toughness, physically and mentally. While I don't recommend taking such punishment, he was able to do so. Herkovich definitely survived the chin check first 5-6 rounds of the fight, but his lack of activity, particularly on the counter
amazed,
game,
bro. I was amazed because he especially in the second, 3rd, and 4th round, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round, bro, he was getting rocked, and I was like, I can't understand how this man is still. I don't know how this man is still alive. I was like, what the fuck? And bro, did Herkovich went 2 minutes straight on his bike and did not throw a punch.
Yeah,
I was like, where the fuck is the referee? I couldn't believe it. I was like, where in the fuck is the referee? He was getting attacked. He was getting attacked for a good, I would say, a good 40 seconds. And the referee didn't jump in once. This motherfucker didn't. You got to have some activity. His inactivity could have had the fucking referee wave off the fight, and the referee didn't wave off the fight. But seeing what happened, seeing the end result of that, he used that as a strategy. I'm a do my best to retain the amount of energy that I have in order to explode on him in the 8th round. To explode on Moses Atama in the later rounds. He preserved his energy, the rest of the energy that he had left, and it showed it. The result was that he won. He's the first heavyweight Croatian to win a championship for his country. So history was made, but it was made in the opposite direction.
I feel your statement feed to my previous analysis. That lack of activity from Herkovich, okay? When you got a guy like Atama, he's young, he's hungry. Once again, definitely in shape. You know, we ain't see titties flapping like we're gonna have to deal with Andy Ruiz in a week or two. Okay.
Hey man,
Andy Ruiz.
slow down on my guy, man. Take it easy.
Look,
Take it the fuck easy on my guy, man.
Tell your
I
guy
don't know why you don't like Andy, man. Give Andy a chance.
I don't want to see titties. I got a wife for that.
Andy is hey, can you at least admit that Andy is a tough fucking heavyweight? And how many Mexican heavyweights do you get? How many?
He's a torta, but you don't. You really don't. I can't really, off the top of my head, when you think about boxing history, thinking of a Hispanic-based heavyweight that was prominent in the heavyweight.
Not Hispanic. Well, we could go there. We could go there.
Well, I'm just saying.
Go there.
But I simply, I don't
specifically Mexican.
Yeah, but Mexican, Hispanic, that's one and the same, motherfucker. Mexican, Hispanic. But anyway, the point is, you're right. But I never questioned Ruiz's toughness. But yet I said, like I said before, okay, when I'm watching the heavyweights, other than the ring girl or my wife, I don't want to see titties. I don't want to see titties.
So now it brings us. So now it brings us to an even more important question. Where have all the giants gone? Where have all the giants gone?
You know, we were conversing about this.
America was full of giants at one point in time. America was full of giants. We were let's go through some giants. Evander Holyfield, Riddick Bowe, Ken Norton,
Lennox Lewis. Oh shit! I mean, we can go all the way back to Foreman, and you can mention Ken Norton, Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis, Trevor Burke.
Lennox Lewis is not American. I mean, Lennox Lewis is not American.
No, I'm sorry, not Lennox Lewis. Up before Shannon Briggs.
Shannon Briggs, Shannon the Cannon.
Can we throw Shannon the Cannon? If that is not a porn name right there, Shannon the Cannon. See, that should have been a true calling. But anyway, I'll even go far as back. I'm going in the time machine, Irk. You ready for this one?
Go ahead.
Jerry Cooney.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm glad you brought that question up because, you know, we were texting each other earlier and posing that question. And I have a theory, but it's multi-layered. I'm going to try to run it down real quick. For one, it starts with Don King.
Damn. Damn.
I think the shady business dealings that Don King exhibited throughout his tenure really hurt the heavyweight division here in America compared to the rest of the world. I also think it's a culture thing. Okay. When I was watching the Atoma Herkovich fight, that fucking crowd was rabid.
Man, fuck that shit. I was just talking about that. I was just talking about that on a live that no one could hear because I was using these fucking devices right here. these little fucking
Right.
fairly affordable fucking little consoles for your fucking live streams. I didn't check the settings, but bro, fuck British boxing fans, man. I said it. Fuck British boxing fans because
Well, my thing
why
is,
the fuck
I'm saying-
are you? Why the
Mhm.
fuck? Pay attention to the fucking boxing match. Why are you trying to start a fucking crowd chant? What the fuck?
Hey, me
Bro,
personally,
leave the
But I'm-
crowd chanting. That is one thing that irritates the fuck out of me about British or European boxing fans. Leave the fucking crowd chants to your football. Leave that shit to your football. It does not belong in boxing. Why? Because if you're in the middle of a fucking crowd chant while the fucking boxing match is on, you're gonna fucking miss your chance to say, "Oh, ah," on a fucking
Right.
punch that you missed because you were fucking chanting. I hate that shit. It drives me fucking crazy. Leave that shit in football. Yeah,
it did have
what us
it-
Americans
it-
call soccer.
it did have a soccer vibe. I was kind of feeling it because, like I said earlier, crowd, they were salivating. I mean, whoever did the promotion work for that fight, kudos to them as far as the governing bodies, man. That crowd was
huge, yeah. I mean, the IBF for an IBF fight. I mean, it was a huge fucking deal because you got a chance for another young heavyweight fighter to become a fucking champion, and he would have. Come on, man. How long has boxing been around? And he would have been the second. He would have been the second youngest heavyweight in all of boxing history. Hell yeah,
Right.
that's a big ass. Anyone that's involved in boxing as a novice or a professional or just a fucking novice fan, anyone that's paying attention is not going to miss this fight.
And
You know what I'm
another thing,
saying?
real quick. Not only do I give credit to the promotion, it was a beautiful venue they fought in.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I personally say it could rival some of the bigger American venues,
Nah.
you know, like an MGM Grand, like an
You're
MGM
absolutely
Grand.
right. I give it to European promotion. As far as European promotion of the fight, bro, when in a European professional boxing match, the motherfucking boxers come out like they're fucking WWE stars. The fucking lights are going off. They're walking down a fucking ramp, you know what I'm saying, or an elevated fucking walkway, you know what I'm saying, in order for the entire fucking stadium and the entire arena to see the fighter. They got the lights in the background, pictures and images, you know what I'm saying, of the fighter. You know what I'm saying? They do big promotion. That's one thing that they do have us beat on as far as European promotion of fights. They have us beat on that.
It was a spectacle from the sense of the crowd. Now I know you hate the soccer chants, and I'm with that. But when you talk about crowd itself, the venue the event was held in, the presentation of the two combatants for this fight, the promotional work that was done for this fight. Right? When you put all those elements in, plus just like when you posed a question earlier, what happened to the American heavyweight? I think it's a culture thing.
Bro,
as far as part of it's, I think it's a culture thing.
Let's get into it then. Let's get into it real quick. What happened?
Okay.
What happened to the Giants of America? Bro, this is right now what we're looking at on the screen is Ring
I got it
Magazine's.
on my TV. I got that same chart on my TV right now.
Ring Magazine's top 10. There is not an American flag in sight. What the fuck?
As a matter of fact, because I went to Ring Magazine, you don't have an American heavyweight in the top 10. The highest ranked American heavyweight is Deontay Wilder, and he's at 14th.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I know I'm an old school guy, so it may be some old school bias here, but for me, the decline of the American heavyweight starts with Don King Promotions. It does. The magnanimous amount of shady business dealings this man participated in. Okay, and not just screwing
Larry
fighters out.
Holmes, like you said, like Larry Holmes, just great fucking, just absolute great heavyweights. You know what I'm saying? Roy Jones was a heavyweight at one fucking time.
Yeah, he moved up.
Yeah, Roy Jones was a heavyweight at one point in time. Fucking my man James Toney was a fucking heavyweight. Yeah. Became a heavyweight.
Yeah,
I'm like, where did we go? And will we ever have another? Will we ever? Because like I said, man, you got Great Britain, you got Germany. Come on, man. You got what the fuck is going on here?
I think it's like everything else. In sports as a whole. The rest of the world has caught up. Okay. The rest of the world has caught up. When you talk about the fighters themselves. Okay,
that's a good point.
And the potential huge payday. All right. But I'm gonna fall back on a point I made earlier. For me, this goes back to Don King, man. Okay. I think a lot of up and coming fighters, not just here in America, but on the world stage, very privy. It's easy to ascertain the information on Don King Promotions and the illicit dealings he had, not just with fighters, networks, other promoters, management, corporate sponsors. The list goes on and on and on and on. And I feel a lot of up and coming fighters are kind of shied away from the heavyweight ranks, not just in fear of getting screwed on a big payday, understanding the lack of relevancy in the heavyweight division, not just here in America, but worldwide.
We have really good, outstanding heavyweights here in America, but are they being outclassed and outskilled by the other countries? Because I mean, this right here, if you come on, so
I mean, as a matter of fact,
Philip Herkovich was number 5 yesterday. Now he's going to shoot up to at least one. He's going to shoot up in IBF as a champion, but in the Ring Magazine rankings, he's got to go up at least what 3 spot.
Oh, yo, for sure. Because as I'm looking at the top 10, okay, so Lawrence Oakley, okay, yeah, he is the number 2. He's number 2. They have Tyson Fury still at number 1. I'm gonna see if I can get this brother's name right. He's the WBC lineal champ. I get Cabello.
Okay, yeah, hey, Cabello. I like Cabello.
Me too,
Cabello.
but he's only had the title for 2 months. Okay. Going into the Toma Herkovich fight, Herkovich was actually the 4th ranked heavyweight according to Ring Magazine. This should shoot him up to 2, as far as I'm concerned, under the WBC banner.
Well, what are you looking at? Because I got this from Ring Magazine as well.
I'm looking at Box.live. Oh, I switched my screen. And a quick side note, I have the entire card for that fight. Okay. There was only one American fighter on the card, and he lost in a 10-round unanimous decision. Okay. I see one more, but he's a young guy, just 4-0. So he just started his pro career. But I just feel overall in sports, because I had this conversation about the NBA with the hoops fans. The rest of the world is catching up, bro. It's simple as that. The rest of the world is catching up. And a lot of these foreign bred fighters, you're talking about Herkovich out of Croatia, before his late fight debacle, for Zatoma from Britain, and Tyson Fury, another British fighter, who's still kind of at the top of the peak right now, at the top of the pile. Fabio Wardley, another British fighter. Okay, Anthony Joshua, of course, who's still in the mix. Another British fighter.
Triple D, Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, see, I was saving him for last, Dubois, because they mentioned him a few times during the Toma Herkovich bout. But I just feel that the rest of the world is catching. Well, it's catching up. They've caught up. The rest of the world has caught up. And then let's look at some of the differences in training at the heavyweight ranks in America. Okay, compared to outside of America. I feel a lot of these European-based fighters outside the American rankings, the conditioning, the dedication to cardiovascular prominence is important. Okay, because a lot of
our American privilege is ruining heavyweight boxing.
Oh, it's been ruined it. We done got fat and lazy.
The hunger's not there. The hunger's not there anymore.
The American heavyweight has gotten complacent, has gotten comfortable, has gotten lazy. Okay. I remember a couple of years back, my buddy Anton, and when Wilder lost to Fury, and I told him, I'm like, that's the last decent American heavyweight we're gonna see for a while. He's like, he's like, for real, bro? And Ant's a younger guy, but he knows his boxing and he does his homework, and that's why we had these conversations. And when we watched fights together, I was like, when Fury beat Wilder, what was that, 21-22? But when Fury beat Wilder, I'm like, this is the last solid, and not just solid in the ring, markability as far as being able to sell a fight. Wilder was the last decent American heavyweight we're going to see for a while.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's look at a few heavyweights and see, and let's look at a few of the up and coming prospect heavyweights here in America. Excuse me, from here in America. Let's give our opinion.
Let's do it.
Now, this fighter I truly enjoy. Jared Anderson. The real big baby, Jared Anderson, big puncher, heavy with his attack. He actually suffered his first loss. He actually suffered his first loss in 2024, and was devastating in the bubble. He was devastating in the COVID bubble. But this fighter, man, to me, is a serious prospect, man. And I'm afraid that the fact that, you know, contracts and everybody looking, and like you said, man, our American privilege over here is ruining heavyweight boxing because everybody's looking for the big fucking contract. Everybody wants to pay out. Everybody wants the huge payout. And back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, fights were made. There was no big payout. And if there was a big payout, the fucking boxer was getting robbed by the fucking promoter and the fucking sanctioning bodies. You know what I'm saying? But for the fighter of that age, for the fighters of that past age, it was more about the fight itself and not the fucking payout. And now for American fighters, it's more about the fucking payout and not the fight. So I'm afraid that Jared, the real big baby Anderson, is not going to get the looks that he and the fan backing that he would get in America, because he's not going to get the major fights, the major tickets. You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers, everybody's looking for a major ticket. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think also, especially with the heavyweights.
Yeah.
Every past heavyweight we named, the common denominator was markability. How do you market the American heavyweight compared to other weight classes in America? Okay. You know, we're coming off Rolly Lopez. You got Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia coming up. All right. 2 big fights, yet not heavyweights. And these guys are marketable. Not just to the astute boxing junkies like yourself and me, okay? The novice, the casual fan. Somebody's like, hey, there's a pay-per-view coming up. It's going to be, they're looking at the card. Okay, they're trying to learn these fighters, understand their tendencies, understand their journey to get to where they're at that point going into that fight. And I feel it's a lack of American heavyweights you can market and sell, because at the end of the day, it's all about selling the fight. The video itself is going to sell out, but it's those pay-per-view sales that's going to make and break everyone getting paid. The networks, the fighters themselves, the corporate sponsors, the advertisers, everyone who's putting money into that presentation, okay, is looking to make sure they get their investment return, 2 to 3 fold. And the lack of markability, I think about going back in time once again. I think about the Cooney Holmes fight. You know what I'm saying? Cooney was a solid fighter coming up. Okay. He had a good jaw. I think his body work was underappreciated. He had a good length. He had a good reach. Solid lateral movement. This is a guy, when you talking about Larry Holmes being at the top of the pile at that time, this is a guy that not only can you put in the ring with him, you can market him. Okay.
Yeah.
What American heavyweight can you market? What American heavyweight can you sell? And when you're trying to appease and capture the attention of the casual boxing fan who wants to see a good card, 6-7 fight card, multiple weight classes, yet the feature fight being a heavyweight class, where are the American heavyweights that you can market?
That's what I'm saying. Man. I think I think to your point, yeah, you're correct. But I would say for like a the real big baby Anderson, like there's no reason why you don't aggressively market his skill set and the way to market a boxer's skill set is to get his ass in the ring and show the people who he is. If he's sitting around waiting for a fight, that's where you get your laziness. He's sitting around waiting for a fight, and it's more off time than actual ring time. And usually these motherfuckers go into training camp. They're not like they're not like a marvelous Marvin Hagler who trains all year round, whether there's a fight or not. You know what I'm saying? Marvelous Marvin Hagler trained all year round. Every day. He didn't stop training. There was no breaks. His whole life was a training camp.
But see, that's another thing, you know. Okay, so like with Moses Atoba, how you pronounce it? Moses Atama. Okay. Before the Herkovich fight, what relevant heavyweight had he fought up to that point? See, to me, if you want to market a heavyweight, you got to give him a solid opponent. Something that's going to pique the interest of the fight.
That's like to your point. You're absolutely right. That's equally marketable.
Right.
Yeah, you know, equally marketable in order to sell the fight. Back in the day, Buster Douglas fighting Mike Tyson was a marketable fight. Why? Because everybody knew who fucking Buster Douglas was. Everybody knew who Buster Douglas. Everybody knew Buster Douglas' record. Everybody knew that Buster Douglas was a motherfucking up and coming, hard hitting motherfucker.
I had seen Douglas's last 4 fights before that fateful night in Japan. Okay. 4. I had seen Buster Douglas's last 4 fights before the greatest upset in boxing history. And that fateful night in Japan. Okay. And the thing is,
Evander Holyfield. Giants. Evander Holyfield Giants. I'm talking about, first of all, you got to want to fight. And I don't know, bro. I never thought that I would exist in a world where American heavyweights aren't the fucking, like the big bad wolf on the block. I never thought I would ever. Who's afraid of Deontay Wilder? No one. No boxer sees Deontay Wilder as a fucking threat. No heavyweight in the rankings, bruh. And to mark him down at 14 is a mercy. To mark him as 14 of heavyweights is a fucking mercy, bro.
But see, another thing is, I got to go to the Olympics. Okay. How many prominent heavyweights did we see throughout the years? And when you talk about building their brand, when you talk about their marketability, discussing and selling a fight against a quality opponent, a lot of those prominent heavyweights had solid Olympic backgrounds, you know, silver medalists and up, or at least a bronze medalist and up. Okay, that's part of how you was able to sell up and coming heavyweights.
Bro, the fact that Jared, the real big baby Anderson's professional fight record is 18-1 is a fucking crime. Are you fucking serious? Our heavyweights fucking professional record would look like their fucking amateur records, bro.
Right.
They would
And
easily
see,
be in the high 20s or the fucking low 30s going into their fucking big fucking money fights, bro. It's not the same anymore, man.
what you just pointed out reinforces a point that you made earlier. It's the lack of activity. And not only the lack of activity, it's the lack of activity against quality competition.
Yes,
if I got
the point that you made earlier. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, you got a card coming up. You know, the card's, 2-3 weeks, say a month out. So you're doing your homework and you seeing there's a heavyweight fight undercard. You're checking these two guys out. You're checking out Ring Magazine. You're doing your homework on YouTube. You're actually watching fight. But then they will put an up and coming heavyweight in against a fucking bum. Bum. Unheard of, untested, unproven. Bum. And even as an undercard fight, as much money as you pay for that pay-per-view in the heavyweight ranks, that's a fight that you may skip. You may make a beer run for that fight.
Yeah.
Or if you do watch the fight, it's going to be a low to mid quality fight because you have an up and comer against a bum. Okay. And the up and comer, he's not going to be as engaged mentally and physically. He's going to kind of be on cruise control.
But it's activity. Right. But it's activity. And that's the thing. Even the bums want to pay out. The bums even want to pay out. Everybody's looking for the payout instead of the fight. This is okay. Yeah. And there's a side of me that understands that, because you're putting your body through so much wear and tear that you want to make it worth your while. I get that part. But damn it, that's not how you make gladiators here in America, son. That's gladiator. Do you look? The fighters of the heavyweight fighters of the 70s and 80s were making shit for money, but you always see them motherfuckers in the ring.
In the heavyweight ranks, when you talk about payday, to reinforce your point, in the payday in the heavyweight ranks, you're really not seeing particularly seven-figure paydays until the 90s. So when you talk about the rise of Tyson, Foreman's comeback, guys like Michael Moore, guys like Lennox Lewis, guys like Shannon Briggs. Okay.
George Foreman, yeah.
Yeah, well, I did. Like I said, the 90s. So we talk about discussing Foreman part 2, as far as his resurgence. How that resurgence,
yeah. But that's why he came back, because the money was they was giving him offers that he could not refuse.
That's my thing. The money was there. Which one? I'm gonna give that credit to Mike Tyson, okay, because he was a draw.
Yeah,
he was a draw.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So with him raising the bar, not just his pugilistic prowess. Ooh, that's a bar right there, as the kids would say. Not just his pugilistic prowess. Okay, part of the Tyson appeal was, unfortunately, some of his issues outside the ring. Because now you don't just have a fighter to market, you have a personality to sell.
Yeah. And that personality was so personality was so spontaneous that you had to keep a fucking camera. You had to keep a camera on him. And as far as marketing goes, Mike Tyson, shit, he should write a book. He should write a boxing marketing for dummies. Marketing for dummies, because he was
how to market the American heavyweight by Mike Tyson.
How to market, that's the title of the book.
I got to
That's the
come up with
title.
that one.
That's coined that, son. That is the title of the book. How to Market the American Heavyweight by Mike Tyson.
Because I talk to people. I live in Louisville, Kentucky.
Mike
I'm from the
Tyson
home of
was
the
on.
greatest.
Mike Tyson was on Good Morning America, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like,
Well, thing is, I talk to people, okay, and guys my age, you know, well, I give credence to you as well. You know what I'm saying? Guys, you know, in their early 40s to my age, we missed the prominent American heavyweight.
yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like we missed big heavyweight fights, you know. And see, another thing, you don't have contender fights build huge anymore. If it's not an actual, if it's not an actual heavyweight title fight, it's hard
Most
to sell
people
those
ain't gonna
heavyweights.
watch.
Yeah, but the
Most people ain't gonna watch.
contenders,
You got to be a name. You got to be a big name. And that's what, hey man,
Okay.
I'm telling you. Eventually, it's already. We can see it now. It's already affecting heavyweight, the heavyweight division.
mhm.
It's already
And
affecting the heavyweight division, and it will soon trickle down to all the other divisions, bro. Where
I disagree. I disagree. And I'm gonna tell you why. When you look at non-heavyweight fighters in America, when you're talking about the Devin Haney's, the Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, Shakur Stevenson, guys like that, okay, they're part of their marketability has been their amateur background, their Olympic background. You don't have a lot of that in the heavyweight ranks. In the heavyweight ranks in America, you have a lot of guys that may started off middleweight to cruiserweight, little, you know, limited amateur experience, and they're moving up. They're getting bigger, okay? But that lack of amateur pedigree, that lack of Olympic pedigree, you know what I'm saying? It hinders their marketability as even an up and coming fighter, even as they're ascending the rank. Even when some of these guys crack the top 15, top 10 in the heavyweight ranks. Okay. What Shannon Briggs, for example. He was somebody I was excited about out the gate. Because one, I witnessed his Olympic run. Because I've noticed since the early 2000s, when I watch Olympic boxing, the heavyweights are not featured. They're not the fights most boxing fans want to see when you're viewing the Summer Olympics.
Okay, man, but come on now.
They want to see the middleweights.
Well, so is it what is 2 to 4 years before the Olympics? Every Olympics, right?
But every 4 years, so yeah. So
every 4 years you have the Olympics, right? So every 4 years you have the Olympics. Look, bro. Okay, so Olympics is a good trial run for any amateur in any division. When you're talking about the pros in professional boxing, bro, the fact remains that nowadays it's the names of the boxers, is the title holders that run the show. And the thing is, Ryan Garcia fighting a Conor Ben is marketable for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
But very few right reasons. Is Conor Ben the number one contender to fight Ryan Garcia? No, nigga. No, he's not.
He's not the number one contender.
He's not the number one contender to fight Ryan Garcia for a WBC.
He You know that. I know that. The astute boxing fan knows that. I will go as far as to say that even the casual boxing fan knows that. The problem is, once again, with the promotions, giving the fans the fight that us as fans want to see. Instead, they're giving us the fights that the promotions, the networks, the powers that be. I hate to use the term throwing us a bone. Yeah, I feel it's more than
the promoters tell us. The promoters tell us what fights that they deem important. It's not the fighters anymore. It's not the fighters anymore. It's not. So it's not the fighters saying, I don't give a fuck if there's a title involved or not. I want to see you in the ring. And that is what we don't have enough of in today's boxing. Because every boxer wants a title. And if we're not fighting for a title, every boxer wants a nice payout at the ring of the last bell. So
no, I agree. I agree with you. I'm saying to even accentuate your point even more so, and relaying that back to the heavyweight part of this conversation, like just without knowing the fighters, just by the names. And you want to see a good heavyweight fight. But do you really want to see Daniel Dubois and Frank Sanchez? Does that sound enticing to you?
Yeah, but let's go back to it. So let's keep reiterating. Bro, not one American heavyweight in the top 10.
Or even more so.
There's not one heavyweight in the top 10.
Right. Do you want to?
Let's check it out, though. Let's check it out real quick.
I like him. I like Joshua Edwards. I'm glad you got him on this list.
I like him, bro. He's a
heavyweight. No, let me go. As a heavyweight, I love his hand speed. Okay. I love he throws punches in bunches. He throws combinations. He's not a one-trick pony. Okay.
Yeah.
There's some footwork. There's some footwork issues I've seen that he's going to have to work on. His lateral movement can kind of be hit and miss. At times he drops his guard. At times he's susceptible to a big left hand punch. Yet overall,
he keeps his head too stationary for me.
He got to work on that. No, I'm saying he's got to work on that lateral movement. Okay. The bob and weave game, as we call it, not being a stationary target.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
He's too stationary for me at times, but as far as later rounds, you don't have that problem with him. He can go. He can go the later rounds, and that's the thing. I feel he gets stronger as the fight goes on, because his last couple of fights, kind of a slow, mundane start. Okay. But as the fight goes on, even in fights to where I feel we may have been losing 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, let's say going into round 4, he picks up his activity. Okay. He's sharp with his punches. When he's on point, he doesn't throw lazy punches. And I think that's another problem with a lot of American heavyweights. Okay. Truly honing their craft in regards to targeting their opponents and being crisp with their punches. Yeah. And it is a fucking crime. It is an all-out crime that this man has a 7-0 professional record. That is a fucking crime. Why?
See,
why is this
man? Lack of activity. That's that lack of activity. So why aren't American heavyweights staying busy? Why won't they stay busy? Go get
because they won't sign the contracts. Okay, so first of all, you can't tell me that there's no one to fight. You can't tell me that there's no one to fight. So why does this man have a 7-0 professional record? when this man should be everywhere right now. Bro, the motherfucker can go all 12 rounds. And he's hitting heavy. He's throwing heavy. This man is a serious deal. And why do people don't know about him?
Okay, so why can't we get a Edwards Big Baby fight as an upcoming contender undercard? Let's say on a championship fight, and I don't care the weight class. Why can't we get those fights? Why can't we see these guys? Like I said, Edwards and the other one we were just talking about, Big Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we get that? Why can't we get that fight? You know, and,
Joshua Edwards versus Jared Anderson.
That'd be a good fight.
Baby. Why aren't they fighting? Why aren't they fighting?
Contingent on both fighters showing up, okay, being in shape, being prepared mentally and physically to compete. Okay, so contingent on both those fighters being at the top of their game going into that fight, that on paper, that should be a good fight. And that's another thing these promoters are really, that's something else these promoters are really slick at. Okay, on paper, it would be a good fight. I don't give a fuck about on paper. Do you have a good record? Do you have a good workload? Do you have a good work ethic? Okay, can you rise to the occasion when the opportunity is presented to you? Because even on the undercard of a major fight, okay, so like I said, we got Conor Ben and Garcia coming up soon. Okay, why can't these two guys as in the heavyweight ranks be a good undercard, be a good undercard fight on that pay-per-view billing?
The promoters and the sanctioning bodies need to cut the shit. They need to fucking stop the dumb shit, because there's no reason why these fights can't be negotiated. There's no reason why these fights should be negotiated, and there's no reason why my bad. Joshua Edwards has a 7-0 professional record. You know, he should be climbing the ranks, because he's fighting every 4 months. That's every 6 months you fucking fighting. You got 2 fights a year.
But who's he fighting? Okay. Let's go back to Hrgović.
Going back to your point, he has to fight the contender. You fight the man that's coming up. Don't fight the motherfucker that's holding the title, or that can make a fucking a good bag for you. You know what I'm saying? You fight the motherfucker that's trying to come up in the ranks. I mean, Joshua Edwards himself is fucking number 90, and that's on ConcuBox.
Right. But, and see, like going back to the Hrgović-Otama fight, I know, and this, I love your knowledge, but at times our age difference is a little frustrating. But in my day, you're not going to have a 14-0 fighter getting a world title shot in the heavyweight division. That was just not going to happen. Okay. There was more of a sense of integrity and looking at an up-and-coming fighter.
Hold on, man. Is 14-0 too far from 20-0? Well, Mike Tyson was what, 21-0 when he won his first title?
Yeah, when he beat Spinks. But he had 21 fights under his belt on top of a solid amateur background. Okay, when you talk about 21-0 going to the Spinks fight, and then his amateur background.
The fact that the motherfucker is 14-0, the fact that the motherfucker is 14-0 should be a great reason why he should get in there with that fucking 32-0 fighter. Because we're gonna test your mettle, son. And that's the thing. We making the fight. Every boxer has a puncher's chance. Every boxer has a puncher's chance. I literally was going for Moses Atama. I said Moses Atama would get it done in the second round. I said he'll get it done in 2.
You lost all your money today.
I didn't bet. I'm glad I didn't bet. I'm glad I didn't bet. But
Vegas would have loved your ass, boy.
Man, that got me on today. Hey, guess what though? Guess what? I will say this.
What's that?
I will say this. That's the first prediction I've lost this year.
That's a good ratio. But
yeah, first fight prediction I've lost this year.
As far as I'm concerned, in my day, Moses Atama in 14 fights
it's documented because it's documented because I make my predictions on YouTube on purpose live so you can see my predictions. If I'm not doing a fucking watch, if I'm not doing a live watch or I do a video before the fight, I always make a fight prediction if I'm interested in said fight.
Okay, but I'm just saying in my day, somebody like a Moses Atama before the night, so 14-0. You know, he would have had to have a contender fight against someone like Frank Sanchez or Fabio Wardley. What I'm saying is the lack of prominent heavyweight. Okay, it kind of shot Obama into that spotlight a little early. Okay, I'm simply pointing out in my.
I can give you that. Yeah, go ahead. You got a point on that.
That's all I'm saying. Like, give me 2 top 10, top 15 contending fighters.
Okay,
in the heavyweight.
That's also the promoters. That's also the promoters' hunger for and these fight promoters' hunger for another Mike Tyson. They see the similarities. They see the similarities of Mike Tyson. He's a 1, 2, 3 round finisher. You know what I'm saying? Most of his fights up until this point, none of his fights ever went to the fucking 8th round. You know,
and did I point that out?
Yeah.
I pointed it out to you personally that I'm worried about this kid and those quick stoppages. And the comparison to Tyson,
Philip Hergorovich, he even said it. Hergorovich. He said that he was going to test his mettle in the later rounds. He said it on record, on an interview. He said that the later rounds will test him. We're going to see what he's built like.
But that's my thing, you know, still having this the top 10 heavyweights, okay? To me, somebody like Atama and Fabio Wardley or Frank Sanchez, okay? The lack of contendership-based fights in the heavyweight ranks has hurt the heavyweight division overall, and particularly here in America, okay? A lot of these American heavyweights, they may have limited to little amateur background, starting off anywhere, you know, between the middleweight, cruiserweight division. They put on 15, 20 pounds, and now imagine they want to be a heavyweight. Okay. Up to that point, you don't have a lot of experience against legitimate heavyweights in that weight class anyway.
Okay,
so y'all don't.
Okay, so let's look at a heavyweight with. Let's look at a heavyweight with experience.
I look at that. An Olympic medalist. That matters to me as a boxing fan. I'm old school, and that matters to me as a boxing fan, okay? you have seen a lot of rounds already. Okay, you have a level of ring experience that is relevant to your craft. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, Moses Atama shouldn't have been in the championship fight today. Maybe someone like a Richard Torres, you know, or Joshua Anderson, as we pointed out earlier. You know what I'm saying? Okay. These are the fights as far as bringing back the heavyweight division that boxing really needs. You have to have these contendership-based fights. Okay. You have to have these contendership.
Now, Richard Torres Jr., real quick, Richard Torres Jr.'s professional record is 14-1.
Okay. See, as far as I'm concerned, a heavyweight contendership fight, when you talk about Otama just losing against Hergovich, Otama and Torres Jr., that would be a good contender-based fight, as opposed to showing who's really ready to move up the ranks and possibly challenge someone like a Dubois, or Fabio Ward.
Come on, man. These sanctioning bodies is quick to find some. These sanctioning bodies want to put medal around waist band. You hear me? Because first of all, we got. So you're absolute to me. What you're saying is absolutely right. An Atama versus Torres Jr. Great contender fight.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to the
sanctioning bodies. It's the sanctioning bodies that these sanctioning bodies are the ones that decide what fight is a title fight.
So why bother having rankings? If they're just going to throw us anybody, what's the point?
Philip Hergovich has been fighting for fucking years. And yes, he has held titles before. He has held titles before, but in all reality, this is that motherfucker's last time to see if he can win a fucking title in the heavyweight division.
Yeah. Like I said, when I watched the fight earlier, they mentioned this guy was close to pretty much 20 years in the fight game. Okay. Now, granted, better late than never. He took advantage of his opportunity. He secured the IBF Heavyweight Championship. Okay. Hopefully at least a solid payday.
How do you market a Croatian heavyweight? They are already devising plans on how to get that belt away from that motherfucker. I'm telling you, bro. How do you market and promote a Croatian heavyweight champion?
It's not that hard for the simple fact, since
they are plotting to get that belt away from that boy right now. They are giving him they are looking for the next match to get that belt out of his motherfucking hand.
The fix is
no money in Croatia. Hey, come on, man. We talking about come on, man.
Here's what you got to do. You got to bring that guy stateside.
You got to bring him stateside. But you have to bring. What state?
You have to bring him.
What state? You thought him here in America?
Well, I mean, you got to go through the logistics, make sure he can secure an American boxing license, the medical testing, blah blah blah, and all that.
Yeah. What is the Croatian dual citizenship population for America? What is the Croatian American population here in America? Is it enough to fill up an arena? I just want to know.
That's a fair question. Know what I'm saying. You got to bring that guy stateside.
The IBF. Look, bro. The IBF.
Right.
They had all of their money on Moses Atamo. All of it. They had all of their bets. They had all of their bets on Moses Atama because you can definitely sell a Moses Atama with an IBF belt in Great Britain.
Yeah.
You can definitely sell them.
That's the thing. Can you market an Eastern European heavyweight that's non-melanated here in America? Can you market that guy stateside in the heavyweight division?
He's got to be a draw. He's got to be a draw. Alexander Usyk. Alexander Usyk is Ukrainian, and Americans are just. Let's not even talking about how much money we give to the Ukrainians for their fucking war with Russia. Let's not even talk about that. American boxing fans and even the casual are just now catching up to the fact that Alexander Usyk is a motherfucking 85-inch arm reach fucking monster. You know what I'm saying? He's a fucking monster. Yeah, he's half orangutan. This motherfucker is a beast, but he's Ukrainian, and Americans are just now they're not really into him, but you ask a casual fucking boxing fan who is Alexander Usyk, they know who he is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can sell an Alexander Usyk here in the States, but you gotta have his opponent has to have just as much draw. That's the only way.
So
you're not gonna sell you're not gonna. Can you sell Alexander Usyk as the front runner on a ticket, like the headliner of a ticket?
No, you can't do it, and here's why. Like we've been discussing a good portion of this live, the lack of relevant American heavyweights. That's why you can't sell a Usyk stateside. You know, and something else I've always noticed. Outside the Klitschko brothers, when they had their run, what European heavyweights could you really sell stateside? I can't think of one.
Lennox Lewis.
I can't think of one.
Lennox Lewis was a draw because of Mike Tyson.
Facts. But what I'm saying is, when you talk about these Eastern European guys, you talk about guys like Hrgovic, who now secured the IBF. Okay, when you talk about Usyk, what relevant American heavyweight can you market with him and sell a big fight at the heavyweight division? It's next to impossible. I'm looking at the top 10 heavyweights, and several of these brothers
are American.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is even the brothers on this top 10 are not American. You got Daniel Dubois, okay, Fabio Wardley, F.A. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his brother's name, F.A. Ajagba. I'm going to have to look up a couple of his fights. He just looks interesting. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if, and what I'm saying, I'm not trying to race bait or play the race card. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm saying is a majority of the prevalent heavyweights, when heavyweights were still marketable, they were black. Okay, you don't have that now. A lot of your marketable black fighters from America are in the lower weight classes. That's why you got the Shakira Stevensons. That's why you got the Devin Haney's. Okay, you got your Frank Martins. Okay, and then the Hispanic fighters like Lopez, like Ryan Garcia. These are the guys people want to see. These are the guys that people are paying money, whether they're actually attending an event or via pay-per-view. And these are who the corporate sponsors and the advertisers are putting money behind. So one has to beg the question, like you said, how do you market an Alexander Usyk to an American audience? Okay. I understood the excitement behind Moses Atoma going into today's fight earlier. Okay. Good hand speed. He's got a solid build, exciting as a heavyweight. Okay. It's the excitement and the attention that he brought to himself in the ring before blowing it against Herkovich tonight. Okay.
Bruh.
Where is the
real quick? Ajagba? F.A. Ajagba?
Yeah.
Bruh.
F.A. Ajagba.
A motherfucking monster. A true monster. I believe this is the guy. I believe this is the guy that his opponent literally left the fucking ring. Like literally walked out of the ring and left the fight.
Yeah, that's some bitch made shit. Take your ass whooping like a man. For real. And you're getting paid. But
yeah, he's 20. His professional record is 21 and 1. One draw. So he's 21-1-1.
Okay. So what's his name again?
F.A. Ajagba. The guy you just mentioned.
Okay. Him and Moses Atuba. That should be a good contender fight on the undercard at the heavyweight rank when you talk about a draw. But how do you sell that fight to American audiences? Because
this guy is from Nigeria. His brother is from Nigeria.
Okay, and see, that's what I'm saying.
How do you sell that fight to Americans? Because Americans only like American champions. They don't even like American fighters. No, we don't like Americans don't like American fighters. No.
Wow.
We don't give a fuck what you're fighting. America likes American champions. America likes American winners.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
We don't give a
point.
We don't care about the up and coming contender as far as American heavyweights.
Until he's brandable. Until he's brandable. And until he makes a name for himself or herself. And the way to do that nowadays is to have one of them sanctioning body motherfucking belts. And see, that's why. And that right there is the reason why I think boxing is, because there were fights, there were blood wars. I was just watching one. What's his name? Fuck he's from Argentina. The guy in the 80s fought wars. Can I fucking think of his name? Anyway, but they weren't even fighting for a belt. Right. They weren't even fighting for a belt. And it was a 12-round war. These motherfuckers were trying to kill each other in the ring. It was 12 rounds of that shit. And they weren't even fighting for a belt, bro. But nowadays, the only way you make a brand is having one of those fucking sanctioning body belts, because Americans don't give a fuck about fighters. America gives a fuck about champions. That's the way it is.
And that's sad. I mean, you up Metallica, sad but true. But because it makes me go back in time again. Because we brought this fight up earlier in the conversation. When you talk about non-title fights, the Ali Norton fights were huge. Huge.
Yeah.
In its billing. What I'm saying is in its billing, the effect on heavyweight boxing, and its markability, all right? And these were both non-title fights. You got Ali, you know what I'm saying, trying to reassert his dominance. Ken Norton, an up-and-coming knockout artist. The first fight, he broke Ali's jaw, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And that was a great non-title fight. And yet it's a fight that mattered as far as the heavyweight championship picture overall. So to not just piggyback, to expand on your point, we don't have American heavyweight contender fights like that anymore. Because like you said, we here in America do not care about the American heavyweight contender. We care about an American heavyweight champion. And that is a sad indictment twofold. It's a sad indictment on the boxing fans and their lack of awareness as far as the heavyweight ranks. Flip side of that coin is it's a sad indictment on the governing bodies on not properly promoting and giving us good American heavyweight contenders. To watch these guys slug it out.
Bro. Come on, man.
What? What?
We're gonna talk your shit real quick.
What?
Ryan Garcia has a WBC title.
Right.
Ryan Garcia has a fucking WBC title via decision.
Yeah, I did watch
bro.
I watched the Marco Barrios fight earlier. Also,
look, bro.
Garcia homework.
Look, bro. They are trying. They will never give up on making their Mexican golden boy. So they are making sure that Ryan Garcia has a title in his hand. They are going to make sure that Ryan Garcia, yes, he's gonna have a title in his hand. Ryan Garcia is gonna have a title in his hands. Why? Because they can sell him as the pretty boy Mexican. Like every other fucking, ever since Oscar de la Hoya, they have always been looking for another Mexican golden boy to sell and market.
You know, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because I watched the Garcia Marco Barrios fight earlier.
Come on,
it was
man.
funny because
come on, man.
Here's what's funny. No, because I concur with your point because here's what's funny. So I'm watching the fight. There's Oscar de la Hoya, right in center, which whoever this brawl he had with him, that bitch did not want to be at the fight.
Yeah. Bro, was she wearing the big glasses?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, she was wearing the big sunglasses. Yeah, bro. She did not want to be with that man. that night, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
That's a bitch. That's a brawl that's with him, not because she likes him, but because she likes what he can provide. But that's a quick side. Well,
absolutely.
And another quick side note. She was so bored. That bitch wanted an 8-ball and a macho nacho flying burrito so fucking bad. Okay. That bitch was Which, and I noticed De La Hoya looked at her a couple times like, bitch, why did I even bring you to this fucking fight? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know what I'm saying? But
You digress.
I did watch the replay of the fight. And something I noticed, because when we talk about Ryan Garcia and really understand his punch acumen, we know even as a right-handed fighter, he loves that left hook. Okay. If you know Ryan Garcia, that's no secret. Yet against Barrios, I have to give him credit the way he showcased his right hand in that fight.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, from a tactical standpoint, I really do believe that's going to give Conor Ben serious issue. I loved how Ryan Garcia kept the fight in the middle of the ring, while simultaneously, I mean, it was weird. He kept enough distance to work his jab, yet he would time stepping forward, fighting a little more inside the pocket, scoring with his combinations, working back out, resetting. But the way he was able to maintain the fight in the center of the ring, that's something I don't think Conor Ben wants any part of. I have seen Conor Ben's last 3 fights, the 2-fight series against Eubanks Jr. I watched both of those fights earlier today. Those were, to me, physical fights.
Right now, if Garcia goes into that fight and does not box, he will lose.
No, I agree, because
if he goes into that ring with Conor Ben and does not box, you're going to lose, because you do not want to fight Conor Ben.
I agree with
you. You don't want to find yourself in the middle of a ring fighting Conor Ben, because he has punch power and he has powerful combination ability. He can throw combinations. And you're gonna have to deal with his right hand. So my thing is this: he better walk in there with a game plan of pure box. You better box this man. You better keep him on the outside. You better keep a jab in his face so much that he doesn't know if he's coming or going. That jab has to be. Rely on anything else, he's going to lose.
No, I agree with you, because and watching that Barrios Garcia replay, I love Garcia's command of the fight. His corner people, particularly Garcia.
You think he's won that fight definitively?
Oh yeah, I do.
You think Barrios had nothing definitively?
I do. Barrios had nothing for him. I don't know if Barrios was unprepared or just outmatched, but like you said, Garcia boxed that fight. Okay, he peppered his face with the jab 2-3 times to set up his combinations. He got a good amount of body work done. The couple of times Barrios tried to press him on the ropes, he was able to shift and turn, get out of trouble early. I love Garcia's jab that fight.
I had Garcia up 1 round, by 1 round. The whole fight.
I'll give Barrios 2 to 3 rounds in the middle to later portion of the fight. But overall, I like Garcia's command of the fight. I love how he kept the fight in the center of the ring, being able to score from outside while simultaneously being able to fight in the pocket. In that regard, I feel he beat Barrios kind of with his own game.
Bro,
we know Barrios is a big puncher.
Bro,
we know Barrios.
Didn't Garcia get knocked out of that fight?
What?
Didn't Garcia get knocked down in that fight?
No, no. Matter of fact, Garcia scored a knockdown early in the first round of that fight. Overhead right.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You're
Now,
right. You're right. You're right.
and I want to run this in real quick and get your counter. I want to get your counter punch to I'm about to lay into. Conor Benn is not Marco Barrios. He's not. Like, it's not even fucking close. Okay, he's not. Ben's ring acumen, his you know what I'm saying, I think that's going to give Garcia a problem if Garcia's not on his game. I think Conor Benn can trap Garcia into more of a fight as opposed to a boxing, because Garcia boxed beautifully in the Barrios fight. He did. He outclassed him. He outworked him. The CompuBox punch numbers were fucking ridiculous. Okay, as far as Garcia compared to Barrios. But Barrios is not Conor Benn. And Conor Benn is a guy with an attitude. He is a guy with a chip on his shoulder. I think he's a guy that doesn't feel he's getting his due. Okay, I think September 12th, as far as Garcia and Benn, I think I could be a nominee at least for Fight of the Year. Because how many times have you and I discussed styles make fights? Conor Benn is a big puncher. He's got solid counter game. I'm not the biggest fan of that super squatting, like he'll squat super low to avoid punches inside the pocket. But that's his thing, and it's worked at this point. That's why he's in the position he's in now. When you're talking about WBC welterweight title shot, okay. I'm not the biggest fan of that.
He's not a contender.
Because I was in those situations.
He's not a true contender for that title. He's not a true contender, bro. He's not a true. He is not a true contender for that title.
No, we know that, but that's who they're giving us. That's who they're giving us. Okay, that's who they're giving us, because the governing boxing bodies know more than we do. But what I'm saying is, that's who they're giving us. Okay, and I think Garcia is definitely going to have to watch what kind of Ben's counter game. I've watched Ben's last 3 or 4 fights. I love his counter punching, particularly his counter punching on the ropes, whether he's being pressed or whether he's doing the pressing, either situation on the rope, because it was no coincidence or accident that in the Garcia Barrios fight, he maintained that fight in the middle of the ring. Garcia wants no part of Conor Benn on the ropes. I'm telling you, all right? That's going to be a trouble spot for him. Now, your counter to that. See, counter. You get your counter game, baby. I gave you the lead, man. I need your counter, bro. Look, he gonna have to hit the blunt and get it out. Go ahead.
I got Conor Benn. I got Conor Benn. I think he's going to pressure. I think he's going to put pressure. He's going to keep pressure on. You know, for whatever you say about Garcia's ring acumen, he makes too many mistakes.
No, I don't disagree. I simply pointed out how sharp he was that night. There's no guarantee we're going to get that same Ryan Garcia against Conor Benn.
You're right. But I say Conor Benn. If Conor Benn can get Ryan Garcia to fight brawl with him, I think that there's a great chance that Conor Benn can catch Garcia with a couple of good shots to put him out completely, like a knockout. You know what I'm saying? I think he's absolutely susceptible to right hands. He's shown it throughout his fucking career that he is susceptible to a good right hand. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be a straight across the body or a hook, he's susceptible to a right hand.
What you just pointed out to me, I can't help but reference the Garcia-Haney fight. in the way Haney was able to press Garcia and kind of bully him around, move him around. I don't want to say make it an ugly fight, because a lot of boxing fans don't understand the difference between an ugly fight and a physical fight. And Haney gave him a physical fight by being able to press him, being able to actually, and I thought Haney did a good job working off his jab and to set up his right hands as well, you know what I'm saying? And being able to slip Garcia's punches and land some beautiful counter shots. Now, I am not going to put Conor Ben in the same class as Devin Haney as far as skill set, yet as far as a game plan and a strategy. I concur with your point in the way that Conor Ben can press Garcia, make him fight as opposed to boxing. I'm tempted to go with you on the Ben prediction, even though we know Conor Ben really shouldn't be in this fight. He really should.
It's the most. It's marketable. You know what I'm saying? It's absolutely marketable. You're gonna hit your price target all the time when it comes to Ryan Garcia, and being that, you know, they're doing this is it in Vegas?
Good question. Keep it going. I'm gonna look this up real quick, because I know you got a couple more points you want. You should get trying to beat me to the punch. Why are you trying to beat me to the punch? I don't like it.
Yeah, it's in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
T-Mobile Arena. T-Mobile Arena. So it is in Vegas.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. Pay-per-view sales over there in over there in London time, London calling. Boy, all they pay-per-view gonna be bought.
Hey, I like the class.
They gonna make so much money off that pay-per-view, boy.
Yeah,
Y'all gonna get so paid. Huh?
Don't be when you get your little London calling. I'm like, hey, I like the clash. Now that's you know, the clash kind of gets swept under the rug as far as great rock / punk bands.
See,
I love it.
The fact that Conor Ben is coming off, everybody's still the casual boxing fan. Conor Ben is still coming off the fights of Chris Eubanks Jr. You know what I'm saying? And
those were good fights.
Those were great fights, you know what I'm saying? And he still got burned from those fights. So even the casual American boxing fan knows who Conor Ben is, and definitely willing to watch that fight. And for the Mexican or Hispanic fans out there,
Macho Nacho,
it's absolutely significant to me that during the first fight press conference between Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia, Conor Ben displayed his immaculate knowledge of the Spanish language. And was talking that shit in Spanish to Ryan Garcia. So that's going to be a draw. That's going to be a draw for the so-called Hispanic and Mexicano fans. You know what I'm saying?
Can we get a Macho Nacho Flying Burrito sponsorship?
Yeah.
Courtesy of us. Can we get that? Where's Jay while we need him? But
salute to my man Jay Walski.
Now something I think is going to get Conor Ben in trouble if he doesn't curtail that issue both the Eubanks fights. There were situations where his punches weren't crisp, or he's swinging wildly, trying to be too brutish.
You know what I'm saying? He does give you that. He does give off that vibe, that energy every time he's in the ring. Lately, his last fight he was more controlled. I will give him that. His last fight he was more controlled in the ring.
He was definitely tightening up his punches more. While maintaining his punch. I think a lot of boxing fans, they confuse when you talk about punch activity and staying busy.
If they could teach that man if they could teach that man to, like you said, tighten up his punches, if they could teach that man to shorten his hook, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. If they could teach that man to shorten that motherfucking hook and make it motherfucking come in right.
Yeah, quit throwing it so wide. Okay, you have to throw it. You have to throw it at a tighter angle. But that's the thing. As a right-handed fighter, okay, when you're talking about doubling, tripling the jab, and then that straight right hand, that straight right cross down the pipe. Okay, can't step out, jab the body, and then being able to set up that right hook inside the pocket and tighten it up. Because Conor Benn does have a propensity to swing wildly in key spots, and he does this in big fights.
He does.
Big fights. You talk about Vegas, MGM Grand, okay.
That was one of the reasons. That was one of the reasons why I picked Chris Eubanks Jr. in the first fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I had him winning in the first fight. And it amazed me that he didn't win, but I think it came to punch activity. It was
but that's
no, he did win. Chris Eubanks Jr. did win the first fight. My bad.
He won the first fight, and then Ben won the rematch. But that's my thing. I get into it with boxing fans. They confuse activity with accuracy. Okay, what's the point of staying busy if you're not being accurate and at least scoring?
Look, bro. Philip Hokovich. That motherfucker. Hokovich. Yeah, Philippe. Yeah,
Hokovich. European. European, man.
So before the fight ended, he was 230 punches deep and landed only 40.
Yeah.
Before the fight, because he was throwing punches, but he wasn't landing anything significant in the early rounds against and you know. I'm telling you, man. Moses. I want to see Moses Atama come back up in the rankings and really show us some fucking skill. Get his long distance game up. And really become a contender out here. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe you won't be the second youngest heavyweight champion in the world. Who gives a fuck? Just get better as a boxer, get your long distance game up, and really come out here and become a contender. Because that motherfucker, he knows how to sweet science, daddy. That motherfucker knows how to sweet science. The first 5 rounds before he got gassed out, he was beautiful fucking boxing, bro. Beautiful boxing. His transitioning from top to bottom, you know what I'm saying? Top bottom, combination punches, slipping punches, counter, beautiful, all his footwork, beautiful. My wife was like, he has amazing footwork. My wife was watching it, and she was like, he has amazing footwork, and he did. But he got gassed out.
My issue as I watched the fight, and we're talking about the first 5-6 rounds where he was clearly dominating. Key spots inside the pocket. I need Atoma. I need his people to get this kid to have a little more dedication to throwing that fucking uppercut. Okay.
Oh, because he did land one. He did land one at the end of the
one. And when you look at how that man dominated the fight up until the fight turned, he could have put Hokovich away earlier. I feel he could have put him away earlier if he had more dedication to the uppercut, particularly inside the pocket. When you're dealing with heavyweights, these are
during the clinch, inside the clinch. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of the clinch.
Yeah, and if you notice, compared to American referees, as far as clinch and tie situations, they're a little more lenient.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Or maybe it was just this particular referee. But I don't know. Even when I go back to the Wilder Fury fights, I don't think that was a stateside or American referee. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's, once again, if that's a culture thing that they have. But he was being a little more lenient in those clinch hold situations. But Atoma, his people need to get him to dedicate his uppercut more in those inside the pocket situations. Okay. I felt if he could have landed 4 or 5 more of those uppercuts, that fight would have been over with 4th or 5th round, and we'd be having a different discussion about that fight in particular. You know what I'm saying? But you got to give credit where credit is due. That guy took some punishment today. All right. He took some severe punishment today, but he hung in there. He stuck to his game plan, and at the end of the day, he outlasted Atoma. And now he is IBF heavyweight champion. He just is. What are you doing?
I want to show you something.
Okay. Let me show you something.
See, that's the fight right there.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I like this spot in the fight.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 4th round now. I just fast forwarded it, but I'm going out of it. And you can see that's the zone. All the other fights coming up.
Okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to show you that real quick because, yeah, that's it. Just to show you, I got the zone.
But no, Atoma's people, they have got to get this kid to understand that throwing that uppercut, either hand, throwing that uppercut in those key inside the pocket clinch situations is going to be beneficial to his campaign.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. He needs to incorporate more of that in his fight game plan. Absolutely right. Because the one he did land landed so crisp and so clean. It's just that Filip Horkovich is so strong. He's a strong. The motherfucker has a granite chin. You know what I'm saying? It's a strong motherfucking Croatian. So
he passed the chin check today. He passed the chin check today in a major way.
But like you said, you're right. If he would have landed more, if he would have threw more of those uppercuts and landed more of those uppercuts, you would have had a great chance you would have had a great chance of knocking that motherfucker out because you only threw one uppercut that landed, bro.
I have no doubt.
The hook, look, just he clean. That motherfucker was standing at the southpaw stance, throwing the cleanest left cross I've seen from a heavyweight in a very long time. That motherfucker throw that jab out there and go straight across the body with that left cross.
See, that goes into what I was saying earlier. Earlier in our broadcast, man. Left hand compared to any other weight division, left-handed heavyweights weird me out,
bro.
They do. Left-handed heavyweights weird me out because or just like I know, you know what I'm saying. And Hergovich early in the fight, he didn't. I don't feel. Matter of fact, I know for a fact because I seen the fight. He did not. He didn't do a good job at circling away from a Thomas Power hand. I don't know if that's a testament to his lack of experience against southpaw.
Yeah, his footwork was horrible.
Yeah, but it's like he was literally shifting into a lot of those big shots via Thomas.
He walked into a couple big shots. That's why the left hand across the body just kept landing, bro. The left hand across the body just kept landing. And to me, as far as Philippe's footwork, it's horrible.
Yeah, see, and now a lot of people be like, well, that's not a fair argument, Chris, because you're gonna bring up different weight classes. But to me, it's a universal thing. You know what I'm saying? You get someone like a Bud Crawford. You get someone like Shakur Stevenson. I've seen both these guys fight against left-handed fighters. You know what I'm saying? Even Tank Davis. What was that 2 years ago at the Frank Martin fight? Okay. But granted, these are better class fighters overall, and a lot of people be like, okay, well, that's a weight class argument. But to me, okay, when you have that skill set down, okay, when you're focused mentally, you're focused physically, your training regimen has been up to par. Does it really matter if you're going against a righty or a lefty? Because that is definitely where Hergovich dropped the ball early in the fight, literally circling.
I agree. Okay, so to your example, Bud Crawford can fight anybody. It don't matter if you're right-handed. It don't matter if you're left-handed. It don't matter if you fight orthodox or southpaw. It don't fucking matter. The thing, you better bring your skill set. You better bring your skill set when it comes to boxing, because Bud Crawford displays the sweet science like no other, and he does so because of the way he trains. And going back to your point,
I feel Floyd Mayweather was very astute at that. To me, James Toney was probably one of the all-time greats as far as dealing with a lefty.
Absolutely.
And now a lot of that has to do with his Philly shell defense, being able to turn those punches away in that capacity, but his ring intelligence, you know what I'm saying, and Tony's physicality also kept him out of trouble when facing a good lefty. So maybe these are things that Hergovich is going to have to improve on if he wants to even retain his IBF title, let alone try to ascend the ranks in the heavyweight division while he still got a little time left in his career. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But going back to Garcia and Ben, if Ben can press him early, don't let Garcia get his jab off early. Okay, because the last couple of fights, he's really been getting a lot of work done with bigger shots, but working off his jab. Okay, that's a fact. Whether you're a Garcia fan or not, that's just you personalizing business, and I don't deal with that very well. But Conor Ben being able to.
You cannot allow Garcia to get comfortable in the ring. Go ahead.
No, and see, to me, this is where Conor Ben's ability to pressure Garcia, has to be key in him being successful. All right, when Garcia does have space, when he is keeping the fight in the center of the ring, okay, and when he's putting on a boxing display as opposed to just slugging and fighting, he is still a problem. He is still something that you're going to have to deal with. And it can be a long and bad night for you. So Conor Ben, if someone can get this to Conor Ben, and Conor Ben's got to work his guard, because even though he won the rematch against Eubanks Jr., okay, there were situations where he was in trouble, just like the first fight where he lost against Eubanks Jr., all right? There are situations where Conor Ben, his guard is low, okay, and after, 1, 2, 3 jabs, you would have a tendency to drop that right hand, thus being left open to a big left hand punch from a fighter, all right? Conor Ben has got to tighten up his guard. He has got to press Garcia. Don't make it an ugly fight, but make it a physical fight, okay? And Conor Ben also had, and Irk, I am about this shit. When you're going against a faster fighter, you have to get that body work done early to slow this motherfucker down.
Correct.
You have to. It is imperative to Conor Ben. It is imperative to Conor Ben's success to maintain pressure on Garcia, particularly inside the pocket, okay, and maintaining an attack on his body. That is going to slow Garcia down. Not only is it going to slow Garcia down, it's going to knock him off his game. Okay, it's going to knock him off his game, and can we get an action fight from these two guys? Can we get an action fight from these two guys from the opening bell till the fight's over with, whether it's a decision or via knockout? I want an action fight, okay? Because Conor Ben ain't supposed to be here in the first place, but this is what we got.
Look,
this is what we got. So this is what we have. Press Garcia, okay, and do not get caught in the trap on trying to throw your counter punches off your back foot. You have to have that lead foot planted, twist those hips, okay, and really lean into those counter shots to back Garcia off. What do you think?
I'm totally in agreement with you. We
should have been boxing.
Press. We should have been boxing. Man, I really wanted to when I was younger, man, but the streets.
Now, when I was younger, I played
women.
I know, right? The streets. But I played football and streets and the brawls. But I played football.
And my unwillingness to commit, honestly. I know how to keep a motherfucker off of me. I know a set of combination punches, and I got good footwork to keep a motherfucker off of me. And I've always had it when I was younger, but
so you're a married man with commitment issues.
But yeah, man, it's just one of them things, man. As a kid, you always, when you're watching your favorite box as a kid, man, you always like, man, I want to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, yeah. But what we came here for, though, right? You know what we came here for, though. You know why we here right now, right?
We came here to get started, to get ill and get retarded. There it is.
Yeah, motherfucker, you ain't getting away. You are not getting away, motherfucker. I got it.
I'm not Raleigh, so he didn't get away. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, so last Saturday, something happened. And what I seen last Saturday was just absolutely fucking embarrassing. Absolutely fucking embarrassing. I want
Are
to
you embarrassed to
say
be a boxing fan? Are you embarrassed to be a boxing fan after witnessing that?
no.
That's one of those fights to where I don't want to watch boxing again almost.
No. That's not embarrassment in my direction. That's embarrassment in the direction of Rolly Romero.
This motherfucker.
Motherfucker, what is wrong with you? I want to talk to you look, understand, I am coming from a position of never fighting for a world title.
Facts.
I am not a boxer.
No.
I like I said, I know a series of combination punches to keep a motherfucker. I'm good with my hands on the street. And I have been in a gym at the YMCA. It's documented. The YMCA,
real quick.
The YMCA on High Street in Lexington, Kentucky, Fayette County. But
real quick, I did spar. I sparred. Started off playing football, had some footwork issues. My coach was like, hey, he made a suggestion as far as boxing, which I knew I was never going to go into it legitimately, but at least sparring to help work on my footwork. And I'm not going to lie, it did aid me in a positive fashion. And then being from Louisville, home of the greatest, how many times have we talked? I mean, you can see boxing every fucking weekend.
Yeah.
ABC Wild Sports, with the implementation of a basic cable back in the day, and USA Network, ESPN, all the great fighters that we've seen come up through the ranks. So, got a real huge boxing fan. Yeah. But, I knew that it wasn't going to be my thing full time, but I did appreciate learning the sport in that regards. I took some shots. I am not going to lie, but the sparring, and it prepared me mentally for other sports as well. You know what I'm saying? I digress. My bad. Go ahead. Back to Saturday night.
You're absolutely right. I did sparring at the YMCA on High Street, and this is at the same time that the University of Kentucky had a boxing team. You know what I'm saying? They had an actual boxing team, and they would do their sparring in the YMCA on High Street. So that's when the boxing gym was actually in the basement of the YMCA. So
let's discuss Saturday night last week.
So let me tell you something. Rolly, we gotta have a talk, son. Rolly, I am not a professional boxer. I am a fan of the sport. I am a novice that will sometime indulge within the techniques of said sport, but never done it professionally. You, my friend, are I've said this to Apocalypse earlier today. Rolly Romero, you are the best, worst boxer in professional boxing. The best, worst boxer in professional boxing. Rolly, we gotta have a talk.
Bro. No, because when I watched the replay, My wife's like, I'm so glad you didn't pay for this fight. And she pointed at him, she's like, I don't care if he cut Lopez. That dude sucks. She's like, was that a headbutt, a lucky punch? And she went on this old little rant. But the point was, she was so glad that I was watching it on the replay the following morning and actually didn't spend money on the fight. Continue, sir, with your tirade.
You allowed Teofimo Lopez, who got his ass whooped in the junior welterweight division, to come up to your division, nigga.
Let me add 8 pounds.
Hold on, I gotta finish this. You let him come up to your division, welterweight. He just got mollywopped in the junior welterweight division by a fucking Shakur Stevenson.
That was an ass whooping.
Junior welterweight. January 31st, bro. He just came off of a loss. You allowed that motherfucker to come up into your weight class and take your motherfucking belt. At the same time, Teofimo Lopez was ending his fucking contract with Top Rank. You were a fucking sacrificial lamb, you fucking idiot. You were a fucking voodoo doll.
Whoa.
That was ready, made, and prepared for ritual. Nigga, there was no way in hell you was to ever allow Teofimo Lopez to come up to your motherfucker. I don't give a fuck if it's only 7 pounds. You were not allowed to let that man take your. Did I just say this man? Hold on. Did I just say this man lost to Shakur Stevens?
Yes.
Stevenson.
Yeah. And that was an ass whooping. Matter of fact, that was an ass whooping on a magnanimous scale. Okay. And I don't use that word lightly. Shakur Stevenson gave us a display of boxing prowess. I'm sorry, pugilistic prowess at an unprecedented level. Okay. And yet, go ahead, kind sir. Go ahead. Get it in.
Let me just show you something real quick.
Do you think?
Again, Romy, you are the best, worst fighter in professional boxing. You had him. You had him. I watched the fight. Me and Apocalypse watched the fight. Apocalypse watched it 4 times. 3 times.
Right.
Apocalypse watched it 3 times. I watched it the first time, and it was enough for me.
You got to watch it live. I had to wait while morning.
Bro, you had him. Why in the fuck did you not press the gas for the rest of the fight? That was the biggest spark of fire you had throughout the entire fight. You had him. I think it was in the second round. If I'm not, what round was that in?
No, when he cut Lopez, well, he had a good barrage.
Not when he cut Lopez, just right. What round was that?
I think that was the second or third.
Yeah. And from that point on, you let off the gas and you let that man beat you in the unanimous decision of points.
Okay, we gonna get to the scorecard.
Go ahead. Because I got it.
We'll get to the score.
I got it.
We're gonna get to this scorecard, but initially, I like Lopez. I'm so old school. Everything was working off the jab. Upstairs and downstairs. Because I was definitely a big fan of Lopez getting his body shot, getting his body work done. And like I said, everything off the jab. He landed a couple of good left hooks to the body. I think there was a couple of uppercuts also to the body, and working in and out. But that fifth round, because I think that's where my wife came in the living room where I was watching the fight at. Okay, so Lopez is cut over his right eye, clearly, plain as day. Anybody can see that, and yet. Rolo, as I affectionately called him, get the candy meme ready. But Rolo backpedals, literally backpedals. I'm going to assume he was trying to goad Lopez, and try to hit him with a counter punch. That, like, from an intelligence standpoint, that's the only thing I could think of, even though that really didn't make much sense, but whatever. But to have that man cut, fifth round. And quick side note, credit to Lopez's corner people being able to get a lot of good work done on that cut and minimizing the bleeding somewhat. But to have him cut and then to start backpedaling, and like I pointed out to you Sunday when we were going to try to do this live, the raising of the hands and the circling around his opponent. I don't know what boxing strategy that's from. I don't know. But to backpedal, to literally give this man space to just not recoup, to now set up and start teeing off. Once again, working off that jab, landing a straight right cross, right down the pipe, bro, clean and solid. And this is the combination that pretty much carried Lopez the rest of the fight. When you talk about the head punches, all right, I ain't even got to the body work yet. But Rolo, you caramel-filled piece of shit. How do you have that man clearly hurt and you backpedal? He started moonwalking like Michael Jackson, bro. It was fucking retarded.
Yeah.
And
I was totally shocked. I was just like, how in the hell do you allow this man to come into your house off of a fucking title loss? You allow this man to come into your house off of a title loss and you had him. All you had to
Dude,
do is turn up the gas. You didn't have to turn up the gas. Just keep that same gas that you was going at. Keep that same energy that you had in the later rounds and continue. You allowed this man to come back in the fucking scorecards, bro. Was just, are you fucking serious? One judge had a 12-15.
Yeah, then it's Timothy Cheatham, motherfucker. I see him 112, 118. Yeah. Max DeLuca, that guy's a piece of shit. I've seen him fuck up fights before.
Yeah, but then that other judge had it a fucking draw. He was on cocaine that night. That motherfucker was on drugs.
Who was not on cocaine?
He was on. He caught a draw when clearly, look. First of all, I personally, not personally, and let me not say that. I am not much of a fan of Teofimo Lopez.
All right, let's get that out the way because I'm not either.
Okay,
I try not to personalize business, but he is a fighter. More times than not, when I'm watching his fights, I'm watching this fight to see if he's going to get his ass whooped.
Yeah.
You know, when I watch Shakur Stevenson, because I'm a fan of his. When I'm watching Devin Haney, I'm a fan of his. When I watch Bud Crawford, I'm a fan of his. I'm not a Lopez fan. I'm a George Lopez fan. I love his sitcom. And I love his stand-up. But Teofimo Lopez, we over here are not fans of. But continue, sir.
Stop telling me that this man has knockout power. Stop telling me that fucking Rollo Romero. I'm about to bring up the Rollo Candy. Candy, you hard outside and soft in the middle ass. Look, man. Stop telling me this man has. I'm sorry, my bad. This is welterweights of the 80s and 90s. Stop telling me.
You got one of my favorites on her, Felix Trinidad. I love Felix.
Yeah.
Trinidad.
Stop telling me that this man has knockout power. Rolly Romero doesn't have knockout power. His last TKO knockout victory was in 2023. And then in 2024, he lost to Pitbull Cruz. Shut up.
I seen that fight. That was a crazy fight. That was a crazy fight, man.
And he lost by technical knockout in the 8th round.
Yeah.
Stop telling me, please. Will you please stop telling me that Rolly Romero has knockout power? Because he has power, but he does not know how to utilize it. That is the point blank period. This motherfucker he's too high on his fucking horse to tell me he's a great champion. No, you're not. You're not a great champion. How are you a great champion when you allow a man that just came off a loss and used you as a sacrificial lamb for his brand new promotion fucking company, Takeover, which is the name, Takeover Promotions.
Takeover Promotions? Okay.
Takeover Promotions, Teofimo Lopez's promotion company. He used you as a sacrificial lamb to promote his new company and come up off your motherfucking back by taking your title because he looked at you as an easy lick. Can we just say that? Can we just go ahead and say that? Look, the most
get that out the way.
disrespected. Yes, you are absolutely the most disrespected champion. Absolutely. Because you should be, motherfucker. You do not warrant respect. It's a shame that you allowed this man to use you as a come up. And that's what he did. He lost. Look, understand. He just lost January 31st. He lost to Teofimo Lopez lost to Shakur Stevenson in January. Then he fights you.
Shakur Stevenson put on a clinic that fight. He outworked Lopez.
Then Teofimo Lopez fights Rolly. This was not a mandatory. Rolly. You understand what I'm saying, Rolly? Rolio? You understand what I'm saying? You were used. They used you because they see you as an easy lick. He needed a belt. Okay, guess what? He just signed the contract with Zuffa. Teofimo Lopez just signed the contract with Zuffa Promotions.
Oh, fuck.
He also has his own promotion company, Takeover Promotions. The night of the fight, August 22nd, Teofimo Lopez was contractually ending his contract with Top Rank.
Okay, quick question.
He used you. You allowed this man to use you, fool.
Did he choose to leave Top Rank, or did Top Rank choose to not renew his contract? Ooh.
No, he didn't renew his contract because he had enough burn to start his own promotion company.
I'm curious who the investors are that's backing him. But anyway.
Exactly. But the fact is he had enough burn. He had enough burn to promote his own company, and guess what? What better way? You got leverage. You got leverage going into your contract with Zuf. You got leverage going into your into up and coming contracts with your new promotion company because you have a fucking belt now. You have the WBO belt. Yeah,
WBO.
Yeah, so he has a WBO belt. He just lost.
Why do we have more governing bodies in boxing?
Because oh man, here we go. Side
note. I mean, you got WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO. These are the 4 world governing bodies of boxing.
Talk your shit.
I always felt 3 was enough.
If you want to count them all, besides the newer ones, if you want to count them all, besides the newest ones that just like in the last 5 years that came into existence, you got 7.
All right. Yeah, I think we discussed that. The 4th of July fights. Shoot.
Yeah.
4th of July. 4th of July.
You got the European belts, all the European sanctioning body belts over there.
Right.
So yeah.
I got came up with this one. I don't give a fuck.
Money. One sanctioning body created the first so somebody seen one sanctioning body and said, they're making a lot of money. Maybe we should do that. Well, give it a name. Okay. Say WBA. You know, Ring Magazine is the first, actually.
Right.
Ring Magazine is the first. It wasn't actually recognized as a sanctioning body, but over time it became a. It's not a sanctioning body, but it over time the belt itself, because actual Sonny Liston and Rock Marciano actually had ring belts. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, I think. Well, it's mainly because Ring Magazine is the how can I word this? The authority as far as boxing. When you talk about boxing publications, that's what I'm trying to say. So when you attach Ring Magazine's name to an event or a fighter or a belt, you know, it gives credence. It gives legitimacy to it. All right. This is Ring Magazine. Ring Magazine's been around what? Close to 100 years.
yeah.
You know, they are the number one authority as far as boxing publications. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Boxing publications, it's all about Ring Magazine. Okay. When you're an up and coming fighter, Ring Magazine features you. You're starting to make your mark. Doesn't matter what weight class you're in. Okay. You're being recognized. Okay. That also puts other contenders in your weight class on notice. It puts the promoters on notice. It puts the pay-per-view backers, the corporate sponsorship, the networks, you know, the advertisers, on notice. Okay. It gives that fighter legitimacy. Okay. Now, as far as the fight itself, well, alleged fight. Irk, how much do you weigh?
Currently, I weigh 210.
Okay. I'm still floating around 230. If we were to drop to welterweight, right here, right now, we could have gave a better fight than Lopez and old Rolo, okay? Because like I pointed out earlier, outside of that barrage toward the end of the fourth round, okay,
That's
you got more than muscle. I got more than mad. That's 230. Yeah. Okay. I got more girth though.
Paul.
Oh my God.
Paul.
Not
the TMI.
I'm saying I'm fat. I'm out of shape. Not that girth, but anyway, as far as the fight though, for real, I like and reiterating, we are not Teofimo Lopez fans. Yet to try not to personalize business, he did a good job establishing his jab early. I liked body work he was getting done inside the pocket. You know, I'm a big junkie for being able to fight in the pocket. Okay, because I think a lot of fights, no matter the weight class, I think that's where a lot of fights are won. You know, if it's going to the scorecard. But establishing his jab early, being able to shoot that right cross down the pipe. Okay, we talking about the 3-punch combination. Getting a little good body work done. You flash forward to the fourth round. I'd say right around the 130 mark. Okay. Rolo caught him with a good left hand. It kind of backed Lopez up a little bit. He got him pressed on the ropes. That led to a solid barrage to end that round, leading into the fifth round, where and it was a clean punch as far as cutting Lopez. and then the backpedaling began. I do not understand how you have blood streaming from a man's eye and you decide to moonwalk like Michael Jackson. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's disturbing to me. I have you cut, okay? You know, and we're talking hypotheticals here. If that's me and you, and I have you cut, but
and
clear.
Then the rest of the
fight,
I'm fighting on the back foot.
Yeah. And what
I'm fighting on the back foot, but I'm looking for a fucking hook. I'm looking for the hook.
But that's what I'm saying. With that cut open up over his right eye, a clean left hook. I mean, that thing was clean, okay? Yet and still, he did not follow up. And the last time I checked in the animal kingdom, when a shark smells blood in the water, okay.
Rolly's jab was non-existent after the round where he hurt Teofimo Lopez. After that, there was no jab. The jab didn't exist. And
I wasn't impressed by it.
I'm screaming. I'm screaming at the screen. Like, bro, where the fuck is your jab? Why are
I've
you
never been impressed by Rolly. I've never liked his jab. I feel he's got a lazy jab.
He has one? He has a jab?
He didn't use it Saturday.
Last Saturday.
He didn't use it Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. He definitely didn't use it Saturday. Okay. And with not being able to establish his jab and keep Lopez himself backpedaling, okay, how can you set up your right hand? How can you set up your in the pocket work when you're talking about chopping that meat and getting to the body? How can you set up being able to press Lopez, whether in the corner or against the ropes, if you're not giving him something to think about, which is establishing your jab? After he cut Lopez in the fifth, and it was early in the fifth round, after he cut Lopez, and here's where I give Lopez credit. He then reestablished his jab, was able to get all his work done off his jab, keeping Rollo at enough distance to where Rollo couldn't capitalize with power shots. See, the lack of power shots.
Somebody told Rolly that he's a counterpuncher, and you're not. You're not a counterpuncher. You are twitchy. You are a twitchy puncher who has heavy hands, and you need to learn how to establish a jab in order to make those heavy hands work. You have not, and that's why you are the best worst fighter in professional boxing.
His defensive guard was non-existent, and what puzzled me was it was non-existent after cutting Lopez in that fifth round. Okay, I will give Rollo that fourth and fifth round because he ended the fourth round with a solid barrage leading to the fifth round, hence the cut. After that, I could not give Rollo another round that whole fight. I couldn't do it. I wasn't going to do it. I mean, they probably could have bribed me to do it. I would have took a bribe, but other than that, in all fairness, in the true spirit of competition, there is no fucking way I could have gave Rollo another round the rest of that fight. Real quick, I was slightly surprised Lopez wasn't able to score a knockdown late in the fight, but that's neither here nor there, all right? That guy was overbilled, overbooked. He had a prima donna attitude. Like I told you Sunday, man. I called you Sunday as soon as I got done watching the replay of the fight. That raising the hands and circling Lopez, I have no idea what inkling of boxing strategy that entails whatsoever. Like, I don't know what that shit is, okay? But Lopez did a good job of not panicking after getting cut. This is where I will give him credit. He did a good job of not panicking. And not only that, because when fighters panic, they get desperate. And when they get desperate, it knocks them off their game plan. Lopez had a game plan, whether you like him or not. He did. He had a game plan. After getting cut, he was able to cement his game plan. He was able to execute his game plan in a fashion to where he secured the victory. Now, let's discuss this scorecard.
But Rolly, real quick, Rolly should have never allowed him to establish a game plan, especially when you have figured out the formula of how to get Teofimo Lopez off of his game. This is the formula. This is the formula of how to get Teofimo Lopez off. But
hey, man, you gotta get me an ace on that beat.
Huh?
I love that beat. Get me an ace on that beat. I got bars for it, but for real.
But you got to be willing, like I said, man. He had to be willing to keep pressing, to keep putting pressure, applying pressure, and that's what he did not do. The fact that
the lack of engagement. He let him off the hook, pun intended. He let him off the hook because I have no problem saying it, man. Once again, I have got my opponent cut. As a right-handed fighter, I have my opponent's right eye leaking like some bitch on her period, okay? Because I scored a solid left hook. I scored a solid left as a right-handed fighter. I have scored a solid left hook. That one left hook cut him. And he was leaking like a stuck pig, okay, at a processing plant.
I'm on your ass. What's the night?
I'm going in for the kill. Because when you point out Rolo's lack of jab, I am a right-handed fighter. I have your right eye cut, meaning back. You're going to see that jab so much, okay? It's going to, I'm telling you, that jab's coming more than a fucking COVID shot. You hear me? Jab. Everything is coming off that jab. I can set up my right cross. I can set up my right hook. I can set up my left hook. I can step away. I can turn you. I can get some body work done. Now, me personally, I'm going to get some uppercuts here. Fuck that. But the lack of maintaining pressure, the lack of ring discipline. This is something else I get into it with these so-called boxing fans. Ring discipline. You have your opponent hurt. This is the fifth round. This is a world title fight. He has moved up to your weight class.
You don't let up off of him. You don't let up off of him. You have You have to show everyone why this is your house. Why you are the champion of the. And look how he came to the. Look how you. This is last Saturday. This is how he came to the ring. You come to the ring. You come to the ring like that. Ain't no way you supposed to lose. Ain't no way.
So somebody decided to raid Bruno Mars's wardrobe closet and throw that bullshit on. Okay.
24 karat magic in the air.
Bruh, I got no problem saying it. As a man, the only person that could wear that and get away with it and still look cool is Prince. That's it.
Or your boy.
That was some of the most Paisley Park ass shit.
Morris Day.
His bitch picked that out for him.
Or Morris Day. You supposed to be 7779311.
Yeah, Morris Day. Only Morris Day or Prince could pull that off and still look cool as fuck. But you got to give credit to Lopez. like I said, for not panicking after that cut, maintaining his strategy and executing it. Okay, you can always have a strategy. Can you execute? Can you execute your game plan? The working upstairs and downstairs. Okay, it kept Rolo off balance. It kept him confused. Plus, Rolo kind of walked into Lopez's wheelhouse, constantly dropping his right hand, leaving him susceptible to left hand punches. Lopez was able to land some good counter shots.
Bro, to me, the scorecards, I mean, that was the worst display of boxing by Rolly Romero I have ever seen. Like I was like, this is your champion? Like this is your fucking champion? Like how the fuck is this your champion?
When it comes to major fights, that was the worst fight of the year. You talk about a major fight, major bill, let alone a title fight. I got no problem saying it. That was the worst fight of the year. And this year,
I'm telling you, that motherfucker was a guinea pig, bro. He was a sacrificial lamb. Because there was no way Teofimo Lopez should be allowed to come into your fucking house and get it's like bro, it's street analogy. Let's do it.
Okay.
It's literally the equivalent of you being you a dope boy. You just got a fat ass pack.
Okay.
Your main objective is boom. Get this pack off. You get robbed of your pack. So what do you do? You go out, find another motherfucking dope boy, and rob him of his pack. The motherfucker literally got robbed of his pack, bro. And but the motherfucker got robbed of his pack.
Mm-hmm.
You seen the dope boy seen the motherfucker get robbed of his pack. And then you seen the motherfucker that just got robbed for his pack come to you to rob you for yours.
Exactly. I feel what you're saying on that.
You see this motherfucker get robbed for his pack. You Rolly, you were at the fight. You seen Teofimo Lopez lose to Shakur Stevenson. As soon as, after he lost to Shakur Stevenson, as soon as you got a phone call from Teofimo Lopez, as soon as you got that first phone call after he lost to Shakur Stevens, and Teofimo Lopez calls you, as soon as you answer the phone, you should be like, oh, so you think I'm a bitch? Oh, so you think I'm a bitch, nigga? That's what. So you think I'm a I know what this is. So you call because you think I'm a bitch, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like
he pulled his whole card. He pulled his whole card. He did. He pulled his whole card.
He got his re-comeuppance off your neck, dummy. You should have never let him win, especially in your weight class after coming up.
Okay, so now I got a question. Unfortunate side effect of Lopez still winning the fight and securing, what was that, the WBO version? The WBO version?
WBO.
Okay, so unfortunate side effect of Lopez winning the fight. Where does that put him now as far as the welterweight division? Who's next? Who can you match up Okay, give Lopez a tune-up. What's this? August. Okay, give Lopez a tune-up fight. Let's say January, February next year. Okay, let's say he walks away from that fight successful. Who can you line up Lopez up next when you talking about a belt for belt bout within the welterweight rank?
You already see where it's going, bro. You already see where it's going.
Yeah.
Hey, these sneaky bastards. Look, bro. Ryan Garcia has to win this fight against Conor.
No, he has to dominate. He has to dominate
and win this fight against Conor Ben because his next.
Don't let it go to the cards.
Don't let it go to the cards. His next fight,
right?
If Garcia wins against Conor Ben, his next fight will be Teofimo Lopez.
Unification bout?
Unification.
Because Garcia
absolute unification. And why? Because it's a draw. Teofimo Lopez, whether you hate him or love him, he's a draw.
He is.
Ryan Garcia, it's a draw.
He is.
You know what I'm saying? So you gonna make money off that.
I can honestly say, as far as fandom, I try to respect all fighters. Yet when you talk about fandom, I'm more of a Garcia fan than a Lopez fan. Now I know it might be 6 degrees of separation, whatever you want to call it. But I'm more of a Garcia fan. And particularly, now I did get to watch the Garcia Barrios fight live when it happened. But I wanted to be astute. I wanted to make sure I came prepared on this forum. That's why I rewatched the fight today, okay? Reiterating, Garcia's command of the ring, keeping the fight in the center of the ring, being able to score with his jab from the outside, using that to set up his right hand and his left hands inside the pocket, being able to get his body work done inside the pocket, being able to avoid being pressed on the ropes and or in the corner, where there was a couple of situations where Barrios had him in that predicament, yet being able to shift his hips, being able to utilize his footwork to get out of trouble before Barrios could even throw a punch, let alone land one. Okay. So if it lines up, the Conor Ben does fall to Ryan Garcia. We assume Garcia and Lopez gets one tune-up fight January, February, and then maybe a Derby weekend unification bout.
I think they're gonna go right directly into it.
Whoa!
I think they're gonna go straight to it, straight to the contracts. There's too much money there for a unification match. Who
well,
else?
Yeah.
We do know Devin Haney's not gonna fight. We do know that. Devin Haney ain't fighting.
Why is Devin Haney gonna fight? You brought his name up earlier on the call.
Man, Devin Haney ain't gonna fight, man, because Bill's in the way. Nobody's saying it. I hate that shit. Nobody wants to say it. Why am I the only one saying that Bill is in the way? Man, stop trying to negotiate these overly priced fucking contracts and get in the motherfucking ring, bro. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous.
Is Bill Haney this boxing generation's Don King?
I would say so.
Damn.
And my thing is this: it's like Rolly seen it. Rolly seen all of it. He's seen all of it, and he still fell for the fucking banana in the tailpipe. Man, listen to this stupid motherfucker real quick.
Okay.
What did he do in there that maybe was unexpected?
Nothing. He didn't land a single shot.
You guys could clearly see he didn't land a single shot.
And just last one for me, when you had him hurt, why weren't you able to finish, do you think?
I mean, he found a way to survive, and that's, and then when I had him hurt it was at the end of the round. Every time he threw himself, I landed a hook, and yeah, I mean, every time I threw, I landed a shot.
Raleigh, did you have any regrets over this outcome in regards to anything that you did in the ring?
When somebody else does this, it's a masterclass. When I do it, it's self-explanatory, right?
I got it. Oh, I got it.
Yes, go ahead, get his ass. Get him.
I got you. I got this one, bro. Look, Rolo, you need to go into politics, particularly here in America with today's in America's shitstorm of a climate of politics, and the lying motherfuckers that get to call the shots do fit right in. To be able to have not the ability, to have the audacity to make such a classless and unfactual statement when everyone seen the fight. Granted, I had to wait till the following morning. I was up 9:30, had the fight on by like 10:30. I think I called you by like noon Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone seen the fight. Because remember, I told you, I said, watch his post-fight press conference. But everyone seen the fight. And you see his backpedaling bullshit ass answer when that one reporter asked about the fifth round. Because that was a key round in the fight. That if whoever was watching that fight, even if you had money on Lopez from a gambling aspect, when that fifth round happened, if you had money on Lopez, your heart should have dropped. When he scored that left hook and was able to get that cut going, your heart should have dropped. You should have been throwing your phone, cussing your bitch out, kicking the dog, everything. Because anyone who's watching that fight's like, man, Lopez is about to lose this fight. He's going to at least lose the fight. If he doesn't get knocked out, he's definitely going to at least lose the fight. Yet we seen what happened. But Rolo, here's what you do. Quit boxing, go into fucking politics. Because you have gotten, when you talk about acquiring the skill set to be a lying piece of shit, you have ascertained that at such a level. Okay, you will fit right in to the current political climate of these lying ass motherfuckers. Okay, you let off the gas, Rolo. You let off the gas. You didn't press. You hardly threw any punches. Okay. The only truth to his statement, he at least gave us credit to be able to keep him off of him. But that was via the jab. Everything Lopez was able to complete during that fight after sustaining that cut happened off the jab.
Was set up off the jab.
I tell people, I don't care who you are. I do not care your weight class. I don't care your training regimen. I don't care how talented you are. I don't care how good your corner is. If you cannot establish your jab in the boxing ring, you will fail at some point. The right fighter he's going to catch on to that, and he's going to catch on to it early. By second round, third round, you're in trouble.
Yeah,
you're in for a long time.
He came back to boxing. He came back to boxing, man, and that's the thing. When he survived the round, mm-hmm. As soon as he got off of his fucking stool, Teofimo mm-hmm. Lopez knew it was time to get right back on game plan, and that's what he did.
It was,
and Rolo, soft, hard shell. And soft in the middle ass, bullshit ass boxer
that soft ass curable middle.
Yes.
Charles,
Soft to
Charles,
the
Q ass sugar daddy ass motherfucker.
bro. There's no
Real.
excuse. You should. I personally think that motherfucker should never get another title shot again. I mean,
No, I gave my this.
I would put him at the bottom of the rankings. I will put him at the bottom of the bottom. You hear me?
I gave you my post-fight analysis, and as far as Rolo goes, he needs to go into politics because this motherfucker has got lying to a science. Okay, he stood up. He showed his shirt. You can see the entire left side of his body bruised up from the multitude of body shots he took, particularly from Lopez's right hand, because it's on the left side of his body, particularly the rib cage, the kidney area. Okay. Yeah. You didn't hurt me. Okay. Whatever, bro. Like, whatever you say, man. Nothing to see here.
You said when somebody else does it, it's a master class. But when I do it, it's self-explanatory. No, motherfucker. When you do it,
it's okay. When he do it, fuck. He pulled that card.
First of all, you haven't done a master class yet. So that's not comparable.
Shakur Stevenson.
Master class.
You want to see a master class? Terrence Crawford. While retired still, recently. Master class. You know, to some degree, a Devin Haney. Master class. You are not in that class, bro. Okay, like to not be able to take advantage of an opponent. And I'm not gonna necessarily say Lopez was hurt per se, but that left hook, it did enough damage to cut him. Okay, and that's a sign that traditionally that's a sign of boxers in trouble. That is an opportunity to close the fight out, be on the win of the payday. Okay, and you get to buy the VIP section out that night. 8 balls for everybody. Everybody's happy. But instead, you decided to backpedal. You decided to let off the gas. That was a conscious decision. Okay, and it cost him. Now, Teofimo Lopez, according to our analysis, and if we're right, now Teofimo Lopez could possibly be on track with unification bout to Ryan Garcia, and possibly without even a setup fight. Like you said, he could literally probably go right into the signing. We're in August now. I mean, that could be what, a January, February fight without a setup fight for either combatant, right?
And he's able to do all of this after losing definitively, losing in January, and you gave him his fucking bounce back in 7 months. You a fucking idiot. Like Rolly, bro, I'm telling you, if Rolly didn't see the jukes. And the jokes was being made right in your face, fool. Like, what the fuck?
The fix was on, bro. This shit's fucking. But see, another unfortunate side effect is why a lot of people when be like, "Oh, you a boxing fan?" No, I hate boxing. Okay, and when I hear that from people, I think that's more of an attitude. Not to the sport of boxing, but to the business of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Like now we used Atova and the heavyweight fight from earlier. We use that as an example, but this is throughout the boxing world. Okay. You can't even give us good contenders, up and coming fights to where we like, oh, that guy's gonna be in line in a title shot. Okay, you know, he's 20 plus wins in his career, and he's got 3 to 4 top 15, top 10 victories. Let's say 2 or 3 of those actually by knockout, and a couple unanimous decisions. Let's throw that in there, okay? So when I talk to people and they're like, no, I don't really watch boxing. I think it's less of a testament that they don't like the sport of it, but it's more of an indictment on the business of it.
Absolutely.
You know, and the multiple governing bodies, it can give people a sense of confusion because it's like, who's truly the champ? That's why you, me, and other boxing fans, we're privy to this. That's why we're suckers for unification bouts. That's why we celebrate a Shakur Stevenson. That's why we celebrate a Terrence Bud Crawford. Okay? Multiple belts in multiple weight classes. It leaves no doubt in the fans' eye on who's truly on top of their game in the relevant weight division.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. Man, and to add on to the point of the fact that the Jux was in real quick, this is Teofimo Lopez's response after the victory over Rolo, you fucking soft-centered motherfucker. This is Teofimo Lopez's response.
And knowing you closed the chapter with Top Rank, there's so many emotions, I'm sure.
No, it's a win-win-win for us tonight. It's a blessing. Takeover Promotions is now in truly full effect with the zone, and as a world champion, what better way? We have the upper hand when it comes to the super belt, right? I'm a superhero now,
yes.
You know, and it feels it's amazing, and I'm so thankful for everybody that has questioned my power, have questioned if I have it or not, that have questioned. I think that I thrive off that, so I appreciate everyone and all those that support me.
Okay.
Can't you see my point?
He knows he got over. He knows he got over. He knows he got over, bruh. And then being able to use this to spearhead not only his career in the ring, but his new promotional work. Oh man, this shit was orchestrated beautifully in that regard. But gotta give him credit.
Quick! I need a bet. Yeah. Who's a suck after fight, real quick? That's exactly what happened.
Do you have the card, the TNT card for Labor Day weekend featuring the Ruiz? Because I'm curious about these undercard fights. Do you have it, or can you get it, or do we got time to get that in, or I don't know.
I would have to find it. Let's make it for the next week.
Okay.
Talk it.
Because I'm excited. You know, this new arrangement with TNT and Top Rank. You know, I love the idea of big fights in a network setting without pay-per-view and their bullshit. A shitload of money is gonna be made. You know, you're talking about a 2.5, 3 hour broadcast. A lot of commercials, a lot of advertising dollars, and I feel it's a good, like I said, going to 4th of July. It's a good way to not just expose the casual boxing fan to these fighters. You know what I'm saying? It's a good way to showcase the sport as a whole. Boxing has been on the decline overall here in America for the good part of 30 years now. We've talked about that on several symposiums we've done covering the sport. But with mainstream network coverage, without pay-per-view, and the start times, you know, you 7:30, 8 o'clock start times Eastern time. So when you talk about out on the West Coast, you're talking 4:30. You know, on a long weekend, a Labor Day weekend, a 4-day weekend. Yeah, if I was in Vegas, if I was still living in Vegas, and you know it's 4:30, I just left the dispensary, just got overcharged for another half quarter. Okay, cool. Holy shit, there's some fights on, and I don't have to pay for. Well, essentially, as opposed to pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? My cable bill's paid up. Okay, but I love the fact that TNT, in conjunction with Top Rank and still the Zone, because Earth loves the Zone, giving the casual boxing fan access to these fights. All right. hardcore boxing junkies like you and myself, you know, we live for shit like this. We yearned for years as far as mainstream boxing on a mainstream network without the pay-per-view bullshit. Okay. With Andy Ruiz, I hate his physique. Yeah, I do love and respect him as a fighter, particularly as a heavyweight. But I just wanted to get that in real quick, man. I am excited about Labor Day weekend and be able to access.
I want to make a quick correction.
Oh yeah,
Philippe Hargovic won in the ninth round.
Ninth round, right?
It was the ninth round. I said the eighth round earlier, but it was the ninth round.
Quick question.
All the money was. I'm telling you, all the money was lost. All the money was lost tonight.
Oh, Vegas is pissed.
IBF.
Vegas.
Look, the IBF is pissed.
The IBF is pissed. Vegas is really pissed because I didn't even look at the gambling odds, but going in, just a quick estimation, I would say Erkovich was at least a 4 to 5 to 1 dog going to that fight. Okay, so let's say it's 4 to 1. I mean, 20 pays you 80. All right, 20 pays you 80. So anybody who had Herkovich to win, and you talking about a 5 better up, man, trust me, I let out there for a couple years and get to see it up close and personal. I'm telling you, Vegas is pissed.
Yeah,
bro.
Bro, if hey, this is what I want you to do tomorrow, okay? I want you to watch the fight, right? Watch the fight in the morning. All right. And watch the last round. Look, don't watch the fight. Look at the crowd.
No, I noticed. I know what you said, and I know
everybody in the crowd. Everybody in the crowd grabs their head like, "What the fuck just happened?"
No, I did. I noticed that when I watched the fight, and I was so glad that they were able to have a replay available so quick after the fight.
Yeah, everyone in the crowd was like, "What the fuck just happened?"
But see, that's the thing with how you pronounce his name again?
Itoma.
Moses Atoma.
Yeah.
With his billing.
Atuma. I'm sorry, I said Atoma. Atuma.
Yeah. Moses Atuma. With his quick ascension into that billing so early in his career. And I think it was about having a buzz for an up and coming heavyweight.
A British Mike Tyson, bro. That's what they wanted. They wanted a British Mike Tyson.
Take away the quick stoppages. Let's take that off the table real quick. There's nothing Tyson-esque about this guy.
Hold on.
I don't see it.
You don't see it, bro.
I don't see the punch speed that Tyson has.
Okay. So as far as his explosiveness in the pocket, explosiveness in the pocket, it's not Mike Tyson. Okay.
No, I can't give him that.
Now, his ability to finish in the early rounds is absolutely Tyson-esque. Absolutely Tyson-esque.
To me, that's the only fair comparison.
Yeah, it's the only fair comparison. But what I say is, for real, bro, he's look, bro, Moses Atuma is a well-rounded boxer, except for the fact that his long distance game, his long range game is shit.
Yeah, and
They
he
need
has
to
no
start
uppercut.
training. They need to start training him for 24 rounds. They need to start training him for 24 rounds. So when you get to the 12th round, it feels like the first round. When he becomes that type of fighter, bro, no one will beat him because he has all the essentials. That motherfucker has a clean, crisp left cross. He has
and like I said earlier, I really liked his jab.
And like you said earlier, if they teach him about the uppercut, they teach him how to uppercut in the pocket, and they get his long wind, they get his wind up for long distance fights, bruh. He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a fucking problem.
Now the thing is,
he got the essentials. He is a quintessential boxer.
And the thing is, it only being 21. Okay. And I would, if I had to look back, I would say the rest of the top 10 heavyweight division, these guys are probably all 30 and up as far as their age range. So with him only being 21, and this is a loss that's probably going to knock him back down to earth a little bit. It's probably going to make him have to rethink some things he does or doesn't do properly in the ring.
Absolutely.
But it only
the best fighters learn from these losses.
Yeah, but it only being 21, he definitely has the time. Okay. He might need to get a fight or two in stateside. Now, granted, we pondered who's a quality heavyweight stateside that you can put him in the ring in, and not just put him in the ring in, but sell the fight and be able to pull money off the gate and all those things. But there he is. There he is. There he is. Oh yeah, that guy too. I don't know about Edwards. Edwards, he's got 9 fights under his belt.
Yeah.
I think the best opponent for Atuma on a get back journey would be Jared Anderson.
Stateside?
Yeah, stateside.
Ooh, that's a big mountain to climb.
True, but that's the thing. This kid was propped up at 14-0. He was thrown in a world title fight. He had the fight decidedly in his hands to the late rounds, succumbed to a loss, in the 9th round. All right. So when you talk about his bounce back tour, stateside, I think that could be a good fight for him. The thing is, you're going to have to put it on a big card. Okay. And maybe he'd be like the second or third fight before the main event. For example, let's say this Garcia Lopez fight lines up like we hope and think it will. Okay. I think that'd be a good spot for him, particularly if he comes out victorious. He's got to find his camp has got to find a way to get this kid exposure stateside. They have to, because how much is the casual boxing fan really going to buy into pay-per-views overseas with little or no knowledge of these outside the U.S. heavyweight fighters? These are the things. These are the things that got to be discussed. These are the questions that have to be pondered. You know what I'm saying? These statements have to be made as serious boxing fans. I have no problem making it. I don't understand why I'm not in the boxing business. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I mean, for real, like that be a good fight for him to reestablish himself. Okay, because I know Dubois and I can't remember his name, but they got a WBO rematch. I think that's middle October.
Yeah.
Dubois and
I can't think of his name. I can't pronounce it actually, but
yeah, but that's that rematch. That's gonna be a WBO title fight. That rematch is middle October. I think like the 15th, 17th, somewhere around there. That's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on down the road for sure. But there is a lot of promise and hope for Tuma still, but he has to be willing to put the work in. And fuck it, I ain't no problem saying it. I'll pose the question: is he in the right camp? Even if it is outside the U.S., is he in the right camp? Maybe Tyson Fury's people should give him a call.
That's a good point.
Because I'm wondering about. I'm just saying, I'm wondering about his camp. I don't really know a lot about his camp, and not just his trainers and corner people. Who's handling his business? Okay, who's handling the litigation and the negotiation for these fights? And as far as the pay scale, but he's got a bright future. That's my bottom line. He's got a bright future, and I think if you get him in the ring with the right people, he can be a marketable draw stateside.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it at that.
If I could just add on to your point, I think if he gets his long distance game, up. You know what I'm saying? Gets his long distance game up and incorporate the uppercut into his pocket fighting ability. I think he's going to be a problem. He's really young. 21 years old. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be a problem. So I would say, he may kick himself in the head in the morning off his loss, but I think he can bounce back and really, really become a vicious contender. In the heavyweight division. So
because I miss big heavyweight fights.
I do too.
Like the heavyweight, the heavyweight. Yeah, the heavyweight division.
Honestly, I miss American heavyweights.
Well, it's like you said earlier. We don't care about American heavyweights. We only care about champions.
Yeah.
And I love that you brought that out. I really do. You know what I'm saying? Because with the average fight fan that's even following the heavyweights, how you going to sell a Usyk Dubois fight or Fabio, what was his name? Fabio Markov or what? But how can you sell that fight in the heavyweight ranks? Yeah, in the state. I think that's another reason the Atuma Hrgovic fight was such a big fight over there. I think those boxing fans over there, I think they're aware of the lack of relevant American heavyweights. I mean, that crowd, I know you hated the soccer chant, and I'm not a fan of it either, but it's the energy that building had. Once again,
the venue, or my bad, or British, or British heavyweights, Yeah,
but I mean, that venue was beautiful. Like I will put that venue up against some of the best boxing venues stateside. Like that venue was gorgeous. It was packed to the gills. There was not an empty seat. You pointed out earlier, because that's the only thing I didn't like about the version of the fight I watched. They didn't show the intros. I would love to see those intros. And I loved your wrestling analogy for it. You know what I'm saying? But there's got to be a way to figure out how to market these guys stateside. And I think a key to that is marketing these guys stateside in fights against American heavyweights. There has got to be a prevalent American heavyweight up and coming in the next year or so. It has to be to generate that interest again. Am I wrong?
I agree, man. Real quick, Caballero just jumped in the ring with Philippe, and I think they're trying to sell a Caballero versus Philippe fight. So,
oh Lord, so we gotta watch this guy fight a French croissant. Like I'm not. Lord. But now,
I'm telling you, Caballero is no joke. Caballero is no joke.
And I need you to send me the name of that Nigerian fighter again, because I'm definitely gonna try to get some homework done on him.
FA.
Yeah, FA. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. just send it, just inbox it to me, man. You know what I'm saying? Yo, once again, I appreciate the invite. I don't really get to discuss boxing with a lot of people face to face, let alone being able to do these symposiums with you live. We reiterate, not just the casual boxing fan, but those who are more astute about the sport. Okay, chime in, weigh in, tell us where we hit, tell us where we miss. We don't care. You know, we try not to personalize business over here on the somebody gotta say this shit platform, but irk the nerve. If it is okay with you, okay, let's shut it down, regroup, get ready for these Labor Day fights next weekend, bruh.
Yeah, I'm with it. Man, we got this fight right here to look forward to.
I mean, listen, he's like a big child. He's like a spoiled brat. Throws his toys out of the pram on social media, throwing little tantrums. I'm not really too concerned about this little influencer to my right. He ain't a fighter. He can say whatever he wants. It ain't going to make no difference come September the 12th. Proven. Yeah, 12-round war proven. I don't quit. I don't stay down.
He's not going to make it to 12. There's not going to be a 12-round war. I promise you that.
I don't stay down on one knee.
Look at his hair, bro. He's looking for attention. Look at his hair. He's looking for attention. He ain't going to make it past 12. I promise you. This not be a 12-round war. He's not good enough. He's not good enough to beat me. You think this man's going to beat me? You think I'm going to let a guy from the UK come here and beat me and take my belt? You lost your mind.
Calm down, you're having one of them little episodes. Calm down. I know you're getting all excited.
Again, bro.
Whoa.
Hey, boy.
The level of machismo and bravado and that and that one right there. And I love the level of patriotism. Do you think I'm gonna let a fighter from the UK come over here and beat me? That's yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey,
yeah.
If Ryan Garcia lets Conor Ben beat him and take his WBC belt, close the door on your search for the next golden boy. Close your fucking door. That's all I'm saying.
One last note as far as the Garcia Ben fight. If Oscar De La Hoya is there, can he bring at least a more interesting bitch to the fight? Okay, because that bitch from the Barrios fight, bro, I swear, she was so disinterested. You know what I'm saying? And it was a borderline distraction for me. You know, but I love the level of patriotism. There is no way I'm gonna let a fighter from the UK come over here and beat me. You know what I'm saying? But Conor Ben, I think he's got more of a puncher's chance, but his power punches, he's got to tighten up. He's got to be relentless. He has to walk Garcia down, walk him down, press him, and just don't rely on the counter punching. I hate when counter punches just rely on your counter punches. When you gonna lead? Because there's going to be opportunities there for him to lead and get and get his punches off first. And he's got to throw punches in bunches. You know what I'm saying? We are suckers for that. You have to know you 3, 4, 5 punch combinations. You have to. But I think Garcia and Ben, I think it's going to be a good fight regardless. I think I'm leaning towards your way. I don't like the idea of rooting for anybody from Britain. I really don't. Fuck England. I mean, we saved y'all asses from the Nazis, and y'all still got an attitude with us. But okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think in closing, bro, go ahead. In closing,
I think, my fault, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say in closing, I think that if Ryan Garcia boxes, he'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets caught in the fight, in the middle of the ring with Conor Ben, probably not the best person to do that with. So that's all I got to say.
Well, yep. And one last thing, we in watching the fight, we got to see who's going to react to taking the big shot first. Like if Ben takes a big shot from Garcia first, how's he going to react to it, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
But yo, it's always a pleasure, man, clicking up with you on these. Like I said, it's not a lot of people I get to talk boxing with. It seems like only if a big fight is happening. I love how we try to profile some of these up and coming fighters, stateside or not. Not worrying about the weight class. We love good boxing, and we need you governing bodies to get off y'all bullshit. Give us good contendership fights. Okay, give us a 7th rank and a 10th rank guy. You know what I'm saying, in a fight, and watch these guys go at it to secure, you know what I'm saying, their ascension in the ranks and earning a title shot, whatever weight class they're in. These are the fights we miss. I love a big non-title fight. If you got two fighters, they're marketable, whether they got history or not, you got a story to tell. And I think that's another thing that's just missing in boxing overall. Something to think about, fight fans.
Totally agree. I totally agree. And I would like to add on to that I like to add on to what you're saying so we can get up out of here. I like to add on real quick by saying every champion was once a fighter. So if you can look at that, if you can see it like that, you would be able to recognize that all fighters deserve respect. All fighters want your attention, and all fighters want to display their skill set and in front of an audience. So if these sanctioning bodies, along with these promotion companies, work together to actually give us the fights, not that we necessarily want, but the fights that should be made, I think the appreciation for the sport will grow. But we have to get the hands. We got to get the hands out of these. We got to get the fucking hands out of the fucking money pot and make it about boxing again.
I think what you're trying to say is give the deserving fighters the opportunity, because even with Garcia and Ben, we have no problem agreeing. Ben doesn't even really belong here yet. This is what we got to deal with September 12th. Okay. Give us the fights featuring the fighters that are deserving of those opportunities as well. Don't quit throwing us a bone. Okay. Give me the 6th ranked guy and the 10th ranked guy in a contendership fight. Give us that. We deserve that. You want us to buy the pay-per-views. You want us to spend the money, us being on Eastern time, these 10, 11, midnight start times are annoying as fuck. Another reason I think Top Rank and TNT is going to be successful. I think after this inaugural year,
I don't like these. It's funny that you, God damn it, it's funny that you say that, because I'm not a fan of these fucking Great Britain fucking early start times.
Dude, it was already like it was probably like
a 2:00 p.m. starts. A 2:00 start time, Eastern Standard Time.
But see, that's a worldwide time zone issue. It was already probably like 8, 9 o'clock at night over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
but it's kind of I don't know. I like late night fights. You know what I'm saying?
I'm being on Eastern time. Well, hold on. First, what you're alluding to is similar to Hollywood as far as a movie box office. So if you look at since from 2000 to now, all right, they're putting more of an emphasis on the international market. Okay. The latest Spider-Man, for example, you're talking about $2+ billion worldwide gross in less than a month.
Yeah.
Close to half of that has been achieved in the international market. So when you talk about the Atuma Herkovich fight, they wasn't worried about stateside. They're going to sell enough pay-per-view stateside via the zone. Watching the fight live, whether it's pay-per-view or through your networks outside the U.S., capturing that international market, that still counts as far as the overall gross and the take of that fight. You feel what I'm saying? And this may be a prelude to where international boxing is going, particularly when you're talking about championship fights where titles are on the line.
Yeah.
That international box, that's money too. Whether it's the Deutschmark, the franc, the yen, it's all money. And as long as enough money is coming in, okay, I think we're going to see more and more title fights in the international market. The start times for us in America suck, but we already deal with shitty start times. I mean, that Garcia-Ben fight, I don't think that pay-per-view even starts till 10:30 Eastern time. So if you're talking the entire card, if they broadcast the entire card, you're still looking at 10:40, 10:45 before the first fight even happens. So round that up, you're possibly looking at midnight to 12:30 Eastern time before the Garcia-Ben fight happens. So you're talking looking at
you do have a point on that,
yeah. But once again, thank you, appreciate it, man. You know I love riding with you as far as these boxing discussions we love to have. And listen, people, do your homework, research your weight classes, see who these up and coming fighters are. I think us as the boxing audience, we need to have more of a demand for the governing bodies to give us good quality fights. I mean, good non-title fights still sell. I referenced the 2 Norton Ali fights. Now, granted, I'm not obsolete. I understand the boxing business has changed, but if we can get enough competitive balance as far as the sport and weighing that with the boxing business, top 10 fights matter. Top 10, top 15, top 20 fights matter. You give me somebody 14, 15, 16, maybe one loss, 8, 10 knockouts, and you give me somebody that's ranked 7th in that same division, with 20 plus fights, 10 plus knockouts. Hey, that's a fight I'm probably gonna want to watch, because the winner of that fight, they're gonna move up the ranks, and that puts the champion in that division on notice. And I think it'll curtail a lot of the ducking that we've seen and complained about in boxing for the last 25 years. There, now I'm done.
Here. Well said, my friend.
Bro. Take care. Be good.
Thank you for riding out on this one with me, man.
Thank you for the invite, man. Appreciate it. Now, I hear a peanut butter jelly sandwich calling my name.
Yes, sir.
All right, one.
I'll hit you up and we'll talk about the next one, man.
Yep, and I need that inbox me that Nigerian fighter, please.
Gotcha.
All right, one.
Peace.
All right, peace. That's my guy.
So yeah, that is what it is. I had to get this one. Yeah, yo motherfucking ass. Yo soft titted ass. Rolly, I wouldn't give you another title shot. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Horrible display. You're an idiot. You fell for you fell for Teofimo Lopez's come up fucking scheme, and you didn't see it coming. You got fucking played, and you got stripped of your fucking belt because you couldn't finish what you started. Fuck you. I'm not a fan. You're a fucked up bullshit fighter. They shouldn't have a title again. That's just my opinion. It's not personal. It's just from a novice fan's point of view. With that being said, I'm about to go and rub on my wife's ass. Indeed.
I am at the nerve. Hello.
I am hurt the nerve. Mr. Somebody, everybody, somebody. Somebody gotta say this shit.